We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men,
Not bury boys.
not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah. This ain't entertainment. This is an invention. If the truth hurt your feelings, it probably needed to be said.
Yeah, truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. After streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Truth over lies, this real, no cap. No crash outs, no throwaway stats. OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, after streets, after case, yeah. I seen talent die for Instagram stare. YNs chasing cloud, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pen. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers in homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, mine on legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it says truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. After streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Over lies, we don't glorify pain. After streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine. But the real killer's time and fine. They cheering when you crash out young. Then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. After streets ain't hate, it's love with spine. We tryna get you old, not viral online. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. After streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. After streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men, not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Truth over lies. Truth over lies.
We see through the disguise. They keep us distracted while the world's on a fire.
Truth over lies.
Global games ain't playing. If we don't stay focused, we'll never get our land.
They talk world peace,
while they loading the weapons. Same script, different villains, same global direction. US pointing fingers that is well on screen, but the real war invisible, messing with minds of the people we seen. They say pick a side, red or blue, while the money keep printing and the truth stay new. Black folks caught in the middle of a chessboard play. Entertainment distractions keep us arguing all day. They don't want unity, they want noise. They don't want leaders, they want scrolling, debating, beefing online. While rapper per Asian get better than the headline.
Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. If we don't see the pattern, we'll keep falling for the rules.
Truth over lies.
Same empire, new face, so distracted people never win the race. They weaponize conflict, divide the globe.
Sanction, invasion, money controls, but tell Black America to stay entertained while generational death never got reclaimed. Reparations ain't charity, it's a debt. Stolen labor, stolen land, don't forget. They want us beefing over nonsense and clout, while the real conversation never comes out. Peace ain't possible without truth and thought. You can heal a wound you refuse to resolve, so we stand locked in, eyes wide open. No distractions, we decoding what's spoken. Focus, they want us blind, unfocused. We too young to be hopeless. No more smoke screens, no more circus shows. Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. If we don't see the pattern, we keep falling for the rules. Same empire, new face, the distracted people never win a race. Mr. Walker, truth over lies, world politics, lack of focus, no distractions.
Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah, this ain't entertainment, this is intervention. If the truth hurts your feelings, it probably need to be said.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters zip mindset, grown men talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters of mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, this real, no cap, no crash outs, no throwaway stats, OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, left the streets, left the cage.
Yeah, I seen talent die for an Instagram stare. Wine chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pens. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers and homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, mind on legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it save you more.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. If the streets trying to break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Yeah, OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine, but the real killers is time and fines. They cheering when you crash out young, then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. If the streets ain't hate, it's love with the spine. We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focus kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not bury boys.
Not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Welcome. Live Tuesday, Truth Over Lies, brought to you by
Car before the horse production.
We live. Welcome to
Car before the horse production.
How you feeling today, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse, Truth Over Lies, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Truth Over Lies Tuesday?
In the big name of Jesus, you hear me?
Here we go. Welcome in. Truth Over Lies family. Y'all know it is another Tuesday. Y'all see the thumbnail. A lot of stuff been going on as far as the reparations front. So we gonna talk about it tonight. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button.
Cut the check. Cut the mother loving check in the name of our freedom, Ryan sister. Whether or not you want your check or not, come one, come all, this fine March 31st, 2026. Gavin X and I are very much still in the mix, reporting live to you jive chickens with Truth Over Lies. We moving. We making progress. Reparation talk. Sister Ebony D, I ain't gonna hold you, sister. Before you came into our world over here with all your enthusiasm, cut the check, I had pretty much, kind of given up all thought whatsoever on it. But here we are. Persistence reigns.
Here we go.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And shout out to the brother Ryan, getting the show started off with 10 channel memberships.
Big sponsorship support. We appreciate you, brother Ryan. I think, brother.
Come on, just bring it. I need you to stand up while y'all not moving. Come on. Don't make me push. Thank you, sir. There go money. She's touching you. Where they get that money? I can see money from a long way.
Elder Gregory Kelly,
That's right. Come on.
$100.
Everybody get something in your hand. Come on and put it right here.
Elder Ryan Page, 10 memberships.
Appreciate that, brother Ryan. And he come back with a 20 ball, says, been here just watching silently. Y'all still the truth. Appreciate you youngins. Let's go.
We appreciate that, OG. We youngs and you an OG, and we appreciate you, man.
straight like that, straight.
So here we go. Like I say, y'all see the title, the thumbnail. We talking about FBA versus everybody. Who should really get reparations? And we're going to start at the beginning, all right? Or at least we're going to give a quick about why and who. So there's a why about it as well. It's not just who should get it. A lot of people don't know why said people should get it.
Okay, a lot of questions, a lot of I's to dot, a lot of T's to cross, a lot of conversations still to be had. Let's see what we got. I'm here to learn too. Like I said, I had kind of given up hope, seeing all of the obstacles that continue to be thrown in our way. Shout out to the U.S. and Israel for voting against it. See what I'm talking about?
And there's been a lot more go on since. So it's a lot to talk about. We'll drop the link later on here tonight, and we're going to set the stage and get cooking up here.
I'm here for it, man. It appears like we are making some leeway. Because I thought we was just treading water for a while, but we getting somewhere. We got folks in agreeance. I think it's the first step. First, mother suckers got to admit that they wronged some humans. It's deep.
Man, so here we go. Shout out to Sister Bree Pink, been a member 5 months. Says shout out to Gavin X Mr. Walker, 5 months Truth Over Lies.
Shout out to Sister Reed Pink. We see you, Pink Sister.
And she also got her membership, her hoodie from the Patreon last month. So shout out to everybody, all the winners from last month.
There we go. Shout out to all the winning Patreon members. You want to win? Got to be a Patreon member.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So here we go. We're going to start here. Hit the like button, folks.
Pastor Wilkins of Chasing Our History. We are at the Magnolia Plantation in Charleston, South Carolina. What you are witnessing, what you are looking at are slave houses from the early 1800s. Some of them are missing, but you see a common practice. Slave houses, slave breeding. They were breeding slaves out here in these houses. They were breeding slaves out here at the Magnolia Plantation in these houses. South Carolina was rich in slave breeding. We just left another plantation where they were breeding slaves. They're rich in breeding slaves. Look at this, all the way down there, all the way through here, all the way down, slave houses where they used to breed the slaves.
Breeding, just like animals, just like they do chickens and stuff today. All right. This was it. So didn't know millions of people keep showing up on no boat. It was a lot of breeding going on. They had whole, plantations were just for breeding. That's it. We're going to go there. We got a bunch of women. This is what y'all going to do. Y'all having kids. Probably got 4 or 5 women in each of them little shacks.
And they had Mandingo breeders. They would take the strongest, most able-bodied of the men, and they will put them in a stall or designated area, and depending on who they were forcing this young man to mate with, they would either let him do it without a sack over his head, or if they was making him mate with one of his relatives, they would put a bag over his head so he would still carry through with it. These are the evils. This one, no slaves Playboy Ranch. This was houses of horror. Let's get that understood.
These are slave breeding plantations. Look at that. These houses were used to breed slaves. All the way down, you see slave houses for breeding the slave, making their own reproduction right here in America. Pastor Wilkins, Chasing Our History. Be blessed.
Reproducing free labor. So just like anything else, like making Nike tennis shoes, or like I say, livestock or whatever, fish, anything. Just, all right. They like, we seen the one video where the guy said we had too much cotton, or they had. He said there was so much cotton, there just wasn't enough people to pick it. All right. Whole industries was being built. People were getting rich. All they needed was more bodies. And they say, look, we need to dedicate some of this land. This was all strategic and systematic.
We were the only items, the only property. We were the only humans deemed property, deemed items that could take care of themselves. It was just that simple. All you had to do is force us to mate. Babies came. We did everything. This wasn't like a farmer got a heifer that's pregnant and he got to make sure the birth goes well. No, half the time we coming in helping master birth his damn kids. Y'all want me to snap this evening? That's quite all right. It's wicked. That is why we built this country. I don't give a dang about none of this FBA book. Do the damn brown paper bag test like y'all used to do. If you are darker or shade this damn brown paper bag, you get reparations. I'm over it. Because how do you sort through this wickedness? That's all I want to know.
You see that? See, he got the scale right there, the white man. He weighing your cotton. See, when we pick cotton, we would bring it up there and get it weighed, and they would give us a token,
Mm-hmm.
See them out in the field picking it?
Yes. And what was the token for?
That's for your money. You turn that token in at the end of the day and get your money.
All right.
You probably wouldn't make no more than $2 or $3 a day, though.
For how many hours?
Sun up to sundown. You ain't work by the hour. You work sun up to sundown.
Yeah, y'all got pacified in today's society. 9 to 5. 8 to 4s, 3 to 7s, or whatever. She said, so what was the hours? What shift did they work? He said, hours. Sun up, sun down. That was the shift.
Folks out there like, well, at least they let them get off work. At least they didn't work them non-stop round the clock. They had to let them in so the daggone coyotes don't drag them into the daggone woods. It was just to protect their daggone property. Otherwise, they would have never stopped working them. Yeah, sun up to sun down. No. About time the sun came up, Massa had better look in his field and see folks working. Y'all don't get it. Not the sun come up. Okay, let's get ready for work. When Massa crack open his eyes from waking up, from touching himself and drinking cheap liquor, and he look out over his plantation, he better see feet are moving, picks are swinging, and folks are singing. All that.
I was going to say, that's the thing about it. Master had to do very little. There was handlers. And those was the people that Master had to manipulate the most, because he had to manipulate the poor white people who for a long time, they felt just like the black people. They said, we are the same. Master say, no, it ain't. As long as y'all in control of them, they ain't equal to y'all.
So show them every day in the harshest of ways, in the most inhumane ways, that you are better than them. Whip them almost to deletion. Have your way. Emasculate, castrate, all that. Let's talk about the horrors. So tired of people whitewashing over us being prisoners of war like it was some harsh labor. We were dehumanized by every chance they got. Every chance. Shout out to Nat Turner. Long live Nat Turner.
The fields at that time.
Okay, was that slavery?
No, that was during the sharecropping era. That was after slavery.
Do you know if all the sharecroppers always got their money?
They had different ways of manipulate you, because the people that own the land, a lot of them own the stores and everything, you know. At the end of the season, when you turn your crop in for the money, they'll give you a certain amount and they take the majority of it. But they buy the seeds, they had the land and the equipment. You didn't have nothing. And most of the time, your living quarters was on that man's land. We're from Jackson.
They took everything. Sharecropping. To put it very, very simple, you worked and your pay, your pension, everything was the fact that you could sleep in one of those quarters on Master's land, protected. Oh my goodness. That was the basis of most sharecropping situations, but I'm pretty sure there were much, much more heinous ones. Pretty sure there was ones where, Master had to get access to your lady every now and again. I'm pretty sure there are many different terms.
County, which represent the most large landowners in the state of Florida. You know what Mariana is?
I've been to Mariana.
Jackson County has the most black landowners in the state of Florida in one region.
Wow.
Because Jackson, Holmes, and Washington were where all the slaves were, because of the land we got up there. See, the land we got can grow, but South Florida, you can't grow nothing on that land but tropicals, fruits and stuff like that. So we can grow peanuts.
And shout out to Florida. Like people say, the Indians and the Seminoles, that was us. Those were black people that were there, indigenous. And like you said, Florida was taken over and split up into 4 territories. And like I said, before they had one governor, there was 4 governors. And they would split the land up. All right, this point in time where people were simply claiming land. We got a video we're going to show with like Thomas Jefferson and them like, look, I want 100,000 acres, demanding it.
We the most hated. We are the most hated. After this last deal with the reparation talking negotiations, seeing how the U.S. and its best ally voted, they hate us. They despise us. I don't know why. Can somebody, there you go. I would like to know the answer to that, because the hate is pretty damn evident. So why would we expect them to acknowledge that we are natives? You see, for those that out there, oh, y'all ain't natives. Why would they acknowledge it? They hate us. They don't want us to have any ownership whatsoever to the land. I hate it.
Man. And shout out to the brother, the hustler's philosopher with the 20 ball, says this is literally the root of all actual trauma in our community. So much grape and SA took place. Even now, they are doing everything to keep the hard truth silent simply because the empirical evidence and what's that? Undeniable. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Undeniable. Yes.
Yes.
Look at the X-Files. That's why I scoff at that stuff. People like the X-Files, like granted, we could be prisoners of the moment, but that stuff don't move me at all, man. It's been so much treachery going on.
Oh, yeah. As far as sympathy, empathy, thank you. Yeah, I ain't gonna hold. Thank you. Very well said, Mr. X. I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah, my tears are reserved for my kind. I can't even start to begin to hold you. At the same time, I think it's interesting how white man don't even hold himself to his own standard. Certain things supposed to be absolutely forbidden and condemnable until you president.
Well, that's the thing about it, though. If we really do our history, go look up Thomas Jefferson, some of these people. The atrocities. They was married to 13-year-old girls while president. This stuff been going on.
You're right, mistakes. Now you driving the point home, brother. Now you driving it home. Yeah, that I wasn't aware of. I knew Elvis Presley and other folks. It's documented. God dang it. That's why I say it's doom and gloom going on, but fear not. Fear not. The change has to come. All right. The storm doesn't come to destroy, it comes to cleanse.
See these peanuts right here? They're special to our area. We call them Dick Serrano. And they made for the peanut oil. And that's what we grow up there in Jackson County, that type of peanut right there. The farmers make pretty good money on it, but now they don't make, because the chemicals cost so much to spray them.
Do you know if the enslaved, well, you said it wasn't enslaved, the people who are sharecropping, who picked the cotton, did their descendants get anything from that?
Come on, reparation?
Yeah.
No, we ain't got no reparation paid from that. And we made all of them rich, you know, like the banks and the insurance companies, the Rockefellers in New York, all those people, the steel mills and all, we made them rich.
They got rich off of sharecroppers?
People worked in those places, you know, for minimum wages. Below minimum wages, just a day pay. The most anybody would make is maybe $3 a day.
Okay. Nope.
Yeah. So them steel mills and some of this stuff in the early times, most folks was working for free. That's why she's talking about slavery. She said, I guess they weren't slaves. They were sharecropping. Yeah, it was still slavery. Because like he said, you would get a token at the end of a shift. You may or may not get paid, and they will pay you whatever they want. Here's $2. Thanks for your labor for today. We'll see you tomorrow at sunrise.
Sometimes they cut off your daggone man parts for your troubles. Speaking of peanuts, shout out to George Washington Carver, one of my favorite ancestors, brilliant brother. He created many things out of the peanut. It's not just a myth. Forget your Johnny Appleseed, some drunk man walking over U.S. planting crabapple trees. George Washington Carver created, I'm going to look it up. I'm posting in Patreon. He created items for the military, obviously, different foods, different oils, just from the peanut. George Washington Carver was deemed loopy, even though he invented glue, military glue, you know, different things, because he said the peanuts talk to him. He said the plant, they talk to you, they tell you what they can do. He didn't mean that literally. He meant being in tune with it. This brother was so brilliant that a white couple took him in. You know, they had to claim his genius. And you want to know what they did to him? So he went into messing with their daughter. You know what they did.
Yeah, man.
Money, 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 money.
And shout out to Black Unity with the 10 ball. Says reparations should be paid by the corporations that directly benefited from it. They are still around. Examples, Reynolds Brands and every cigarette company. There are more research is needed.
Yeah.
And I would say the U.S. should pay it and then sort that out. I think the U.S. should cut the check and then go after all these go after Rockefeller and Bank of America and Reynolds and collect. Say, look, I paid this debt, but y'all, I need my cut from y'all.
The United States are crooks, thieves, gangsters, and thugs. We've been saying that since day one. We can laugh about it because ain't a damn thing we can do about it. They ain't about to do, they like do something. Somebody got to do something. They don't care about all this talking and hollering. They only understand two things: money and lead. What you got for?
That part. And as y'all see in the world right now, it seems to be heating up. So we'll see.
Nobody can live off that.
Well, at that time, food, you could have your basic food, clothing, and shelter. The basic food, because food was not that expensive.
Okay.
And see, during this time of the year, which was harvest season, that was hog killing time and syrup cooking time. You had to have those essentials to make it through the winter and everything. Every year, this time of the year, we'd be killing hogs and cooking cane syrup. Because that cane syrup provided you with the sugar you needed for anything you needed, like breads, anything. You know, sugar is one of the highest traded commodities in the world. Anything you ate today has sugar in it. And Florida has the biggest sugar refineries in the United States. Next, Louisiana, and then Texas. They were very brutal on the slaves in Louisiana, like New Orleans. Very brutal.
At the sugar plantations.
Yeah,
they used to use sugar plantations as punishment plantations whenever the slaves would run away.
Yeah.
I found that shocking when I found that out.
So what we do now.
So the sugar plantations, we always talk about cotton and timber. Yeah, that sugar, one of the most traded things on earth. Like he just told her, everything you done ate today, for most people, y'all who ain't living off the land somewhere, you done ate some sugar today. Like he said, it's the most traded commodity on the planet. All right, and here we are.
And they're going to work you hard. Like the Winn-Dickie Mining Company off of Django. They're going to work you. They're going to work you till your back go out. Then they're going to knock you upside the head and throw you in the ninja hole. And that's going to be the story of G Honda. He's talking about hog killing time. There's a story of our resilience of hog killing time is the time of year where I think around fall where you start to slaughter the hogs and get ready to dry the meat and stuff for the winter. So there's a story, it's documented, where our ancestors put old tricky trick on old massa. They went out to the hogs, knocked them all upside the head, and went and got massa. Said, "Massa, all the hogs is sick. The meat ain't no good." Massa was mad as a rattlesnake, but he said, "You know what? We can't eat that bad meat, but y'all can." And our ancestors had the finest cuts of meat for that whole winter. Shout out to hog killing time.
Is try to educate people on the different practices of growing the sugar cane and being the main thing you want to be is self-sufficient. A shutdown ain't gonna bother you if you're self-sufficient. Just like the juice they're drinking now is a natural product.
And it's good.
And it has health benefits like it boosting their immune system and all, you know.
Okay, even though it's sugar cane, it has health benefits.
It has health benefits because it's not like refined sugar.
What's the health benefits?
Boost your immune system. Even in South America, that's the main thing they use it for.
And like he talking about that sugar cane juice, as y'all see, they refine this stuff right here on site. This is real. This ain't this ain't refined sugar that, you know, white man put in the bag and it's all granulated. This is sugar cane. It has real health benefits. Look at this, like apple cider. All right, you getting down to it.
This has nutrients. It is a plant. It is a plant, but here it's refined. And every beneficial nutrient in it is stripped. For what? There's a reason. It ain't just because they freaking hate us. It's also so it can have longer shelf life. Natural things do not have a shelf life. Natural things do not have a shelf life. Breads, meats, these things will spoil overnight. Don't that terrify you now that there's so many corn, whey, wheat, sugar products that could sit on the shelf for months on end. They strip everything from it. Ain't nothing but crack. That's what it is. Sweet crack.
It has health benefits.
It has health benefits because it's not like refined sugar. Our own era, we worked in the fields and all. Oh yeah.
Y'all still work in the fields?
No, not like that. No. I'm not picking no more cotton.
It has seeds in the cotton.
It's got a stick on the end of it. On the end of that bow, that'll stick in your hand and cut your hand.
The boll weevil came, and that's what ruined the cotton industry.
Oh yeah, the boll.
And that people don't talk about that. Who brought the boll weevil here? That devastated the cotton industry, as y'all see. The U.S. cotton industry in the late 19th century, early 20th century, by feeding and laying eggs in the cotton bolls. And so it was like ruining whole fields. All of a sudden, maybe they were sent by God. God said, we're going to put an end to all these cotton fields.
Amen. Some things that's good for the goose ain't good for the gander. That's what I'm trying to say. Fret not. We gonna be all right. Listen, let it. It's all just got to come crash down just a little bit, and they calling it. Salute to the boll weevil with your bad self. Listen here, masters out there, mad as a rattlesnake. I know our ancestors were jumping for joy and got to work, at least for a little while. Then we definitely paid the price for the loss, lost crop. He definitely took it out on us. Matter of fact, I take it back. Wasn't no damn winning. Yeah, crop bad. Yeah, somebody got the pears. Give me my rope. Yeah, we about to have a picnic this evening. Matter of fact, gonna have 2 of them until y'all do something about my cotton. Hey, go through this cotton, boy, and I want you to go through and pick out every weevil and egg. I can't see the eggs. Well, no.
Well, I'd imagine, like you said, I'm sure the slaves probably got blamed for it. Like, y'all did they like, what is all the crops are being ruined? What have y'all done?
Gotta blame somebody. Shout out to the boll weevil, though. End it. There you go. But master plan is something else. Like I said, that wasn't the only crop. Sugar, wheat, soy, tobacco, a lot of tobacco.
Boll weevil, yeah.
Well, thank you.
My name is Danny Sylvester. We're at Renaissance Park in Marietta, Florida, and we do African American cultural preservation, techniques, food ways, anything that African Americans did at the turn of the century.
They took us who had been dropped off and we were slaves. They said, well, Native Americans are gone. White people are here and we can control them because they need to come to us to get a job. So we're going to make you black folks slaves, and we're going to make your children slaves and your children's children slaves. Well, what happened was the whites were the overseers. So after working for a while, the overseer said, well, dang, my condition doesn't seem to be that much better than that of the slave. Look at the kind of house I'm living in. Right next door to Big Mama's house. Big Mama feeds the kids. I go to Big Mama for medical benefits. She watches the kids and all those kind of things. I'm not that much better off than the slave. So they went to the slave master and told him, well, hey, I'm protesting. I want to be a little bit higher than the slaves. And the slave master told them this. And this is Jim White. This is a Jimism. Prove me wrong, though. Slave master said, as long as you are one step above the slave, you're getting the house, you have food, you have freedom, and you also control the slaves. Don't come to me to complain about anything. You have advantage over the slave. Now, that, in my opinion, from what I've read and what I put together, that was the piece that was put in place for the poorer white folk to have their own self-esteem. The way they said, okay, I made it. As long as I'm one step above those slaves at that time, as long as, and the N-word at that time, and today, as long as I'm one step above black people, then I'm okay. And anytime they saw that we were at parity with them or higher than them, that was an insult to their own character. And what did they do?
Yeah, burned it down, blew it up. So here we are. And even today, for our white folks is mad because majority of them are either equal or beneath everybody else. That's the truth of the matter. Majority of white folks are either equal or beneath the rest of society. Their ancestors are rolling their graves because this was not the terms that they signed up for. They said we always want to be at least one step ahead, and they ain't.
Miss X, how do you know the majority of white folks are, socioeconomically equal to or below you ninjas? Huh? Because the welfare numbers show. Yeah, the vast majority of folks that are on welfare and government assistance is white folks. So there you have it. We done talked about this. How in the world ain't y'all winning in this rigged game? It was rigged for y'all. You got to be a special kind of lazy somebody with pasty skin, and you doing worse than Elijah Wan from the projects. Like, that's for real. I ain't gonna hold you. I got love for everybody, but that's one thing that kept me going coming from where I come from. When I was in college, I said, I gotta have something going because I'm in the same place as young men and women that came up in stable households, and I'm here too. I got something going for me, a little boost to the self-esteem. So there you go. But that's why we need to get back to our roots. On top of that, they sold us that bad bill of goods, telling us we need to live in LA with fancy mansions. Let's get back to our land, to our simple houses, and sing Kumbaya around the campfire.
All right, so here we go. Like I said, we're getting into the thick of it tonight. We're talking about reparations. All right. FBA versus everybody. Who should really get the check and why?
Shout out to Sister Ebony Dean lineage, huh? Trace your lineage. I like that. Here's my thing, though. Here's my only concern with that. What if you can't? Would that leave some folks out? I like the brown paper bag test. That's what they used in the past. Let's use it again. If you're darker than this bag or the same shade, you get it.
So here we go. Listen, I'm going to bring Dr. Claude Anderson to the room here. He about to drop a lot of knowledge. Get your pens and papers out.
My next question to you then is there such thing as black capitalism?
Yes, there is.
And how's
that operated?
Yes, sir.
What we have to do is go back and remember what I told you earlier, that the whole point of slavery was the maldistribution of all resources, period, into the hands of one group.
Yes, sir.
What you have to do is create a situation where you can call some of that money back, or you can start creating your own wealth, or you can start getting it through reparations, or you can get it through inheritance.
So why do you think black people struggle in the system that's set up for us now?
Because you don't own and control the land, the tools, the resources, and everything else. When land was given out in America during the slavery period, that immigration was an open policy for everybody around the world to come to this country and get resources except black folk. And during that period, first thing that George Washington said is that the wealth of this nation will be in the land. He said, I want 100,000 acres of free land. And Thomas Jefferson said, I want 100,000 acres of free land. And then after he heard that, Patrick Henry that says, give me life or give me death, he then said, then I want 65,000 acres of free land. And then so consequently, during the period of slavery, during that from point.
See, I mean, come on now. Just, hey, I want this. They in this country, they start taking over our land because there was indigenous people here that they were enslaving and then start to chop up the land. And they kept heading west. We're going to keep heading west through Arkansas and Nevada, all the way till we get to California, down through Texas. And we're going to claim up all this land all the way up to the Montanas and the Dakotas.
Brother Claude Anderson was talking about how we were supposed to have our money. Either reparations, that's where we are now, or let's go to inheritance. He said that was an option too. So where the naysayers? Where the wicked white folks at? Well, where's y'all inheritance? Y'all stole it. Following the Civil War, free slaves and their descendants accumulated approximately 15 million acres of land by 1910, despite the federal government reversing the promise of 40 acres and a mule. So we acquired over 15 million acres. We worked, we toiled, we ran by y'all rules and got the damn deed signed. And then y'all said, you know what? Takesy backsies. Let me get that up off you. And we said, but this is ours. And then y'all just lynched us.
100,000 acres of free land from point 1 up to 3 up to 1862. That this country gave away 2 billion billion acres of free land, but it all went to whites, not to blacks. And all the land and then the wealth of the nation was in that land, in gas, in oil, in timber, and iron, and coal, and minerals.
And what Thomas Jefferson, they say the money is in the land. This is long before the internet and before there were skyscrapers. All right, it was plentiful resources and like a lot of timber, a lot of oil, a lot of everything. And they say, look, we need the land and we gonna make them work the land for free for centuries.
That's how American wealth was built. That's why class, what have we learned thus far? What was the first stock ever traded on Wall Street? Black flesh. This, humans, first stock ever. We literally built this land. And now we said, can we get something on the back end? This is I'm trying to make cool. This is like a business deal, right? We said, look, all right, we understand. All right. Can we get something on the back end? We on the back end. We've been on the damn back end. Let us get something for what we have done. And America just keeps showing us their middle fingers. It's unfortunate.
And that's the problem, though. We ain't asking, let us get something because it's a debt that is owed. So we are not asking for a handout. We ain't saying, no, we are telling you what you owe us. There's a debt. There's a dollar sign attached to it. Start cutting checks.
They keep saying, all right, well, they keep going with different stipulations. I heard the rebuttal from the U.S. Did you hear it? They said no because it wasn't considered an international crime. They don't think they need to repay it because at the time it was legal. So
and all that kind of stuff. Black folk couldn't get any land because the Dred Scott decision of 1857 says you have no rights to get any land. And so the liberal white congressman in the Republican Party, called the Radical Republican, says we're going to correct that by creating a second constitution. And that's mean from 13 up to 15 will be a second constitution. This constitution, just like the first constitution from 1 through 12 amendments were strictly for whites, we're going to create another constitution. And following the Civil War, it's going to pick up 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment and the civil rights laws. And those three things or four things will be strictly for black people.
But they don't got no land in there, though. But no land in neither one of them amendments.
Some of your strongest senators stood up on the floor of the House of Representatives and the Senate says this: there's only two things that black folk can be in this country. You're either going to be slaves or you're going to be free. But to be free, minimally, you must have 40 acres, a mule, and $100.
Yeah! So here we go. It's a lot here. Like he keeps saying, a lot of this stuff is documented. Shout out to Claude Anderson. Glad a lot of this is on wax. All right. This is what we say the OGs need to give the knowledge back so we can build off of it. All right. We don't know what's in y'all heads, but this brother do a lot of explaining, writing books and, interviews and whatnot. Shout out to him.
Yeah, he done the work. Claude Anderson, he done been at these meetings in these halls of Congress. He done heard the wicked white man's rebuttals. He done heard it all. And that's why, most respectfully to the movement, I'm here for it. If brothers like Dr. Claude Anderson and the NCAA or NAACP are having a hard time getting leeway and getting through all the white man's red, yellow, blue, white, purple tape, it's going to be a tough one.
Man, the only person that is operating on that is Spike Lee.
What you think the biggest issue is for like the black community? Like the biggest issue overall besides unity?
That would be, that's so big, man. Because if it solves 95% of our problems, if we just got that right, the other 5% would probably just fade into the darkness. But on the other side of the equation, I think that our association has breeded an assimilation. We've been among our enemy for so long that we've adopted everything that our enemy has given us.
Ooh.
We worship what they said to worship. We wear the names that they gave us. We eat like they taught us to eat. So we've lost our name, our culture, our religion, more ways, folkways, norms, land, God, customs. We lost everything.
We did not just lose it, it was stripped from us. And here we are centuries later. It only take a few generations to break us. So this was done long ago. We just been carrying it on. And, you know, shout out to the ancestors, though. They did a hard fight. Mother Moses, they didn't just lay down like they're trying to say. So it's just sad that we, at this point in history, most of us don't know our history. So we operate in ignorance, not knowing how powerful we are.
Our history, that's the roots. Knowing what our greatest fathers and grandmothers had to go through. Those are the roots that will keep us grounded. Knowing that knowledge and being very much aware of that sacrifice puts us in position to honor it. That's why I dare not complain. I dare not complain. Absolutely not. And y'all know, y'all laugh at my work history. There's been many days of me toiling, and I'm human. I start feeling sorry for myself a little bit. And then I was like, you know what? This ain't nothing compared to what my ancestors had to go through. And it's easy to make another day. I look to my ancestors for that type of, for that strength. They went through much, much harder conditions. They was their culture, their God, their connection with nature was stripped from their bone marrow via whip and chains. Who am I to complain?
That's it. Stripped of everything, like he said. The religion, all right, your language, your last name, your diet, you name it, everything. I'm gonna make my way of life your way of life. All right, now here we are, Europeanized.
That's why we sick. Everybody got the diabetes. Well, it's all right. It's coming back around. We are prisoners of war. There's casualties in war, but we shall prevail.
Man, and shout out to the brother No Contendo, come through the fireball. There's Jeffrey Robinson, King Cotton Lecture. He claimed the slave trade was worth more than all the banks, salons, rail cars, and steam engines combined.
It was,
yeah,
of course, because the labor built the banks, the salon, the rail cars, and the steam engines. It was the ultimate labor.
So there you go. Yeah, that's why I need to cut the check.
My goodness.
Of essential, and our association is breeded in assimilation. So just like in the hood, whatever goes on around you goes in you. On a bigger scale, what's been going on around us since we've been kidnapped and made slaves, we've been westernized and Caucasianized by the enemy. And now we are to each other what they used to be to us.
Buildings. Slavery could never have existed in this country and been maintained without the full participation of the American tribes. That's why they started calling them civilized rock, because they began to say, you quit hunting in the woods and running wild and get yourself some land and get yourself some slaves. So Indians became slave hunters, slave traders, and in the final analysis, all civilized tribes, the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee, and Seminole Indians, they all fought with the South to maintain slavery. And so therefore, and they got benefits from it. And that led to, going back to the earlier question you asked me about reparations. And even after the Civil War ended, the Choctaw and Chickasaw were still holding about 12 or 15,000 slaves even after the Civil War ended. The United States government sent in troops saying, you got to get rid of this slavery and set black folk free. And they set up what's called the 1866 Indian Treaties with these 5 civilized tribes, which says that black people in this country must not only turn them loose, they must get benefits. They must get forms of reparations, going back to your earlier question. You must first of all, set them free. 2, you must give them an option, and this is for all black freedmen and all blacks who lived in the Indian territory and all black Indians. You must set them free, allow them to have membership in the tribe. You must give them, let them have access to all the resources on the reservation. You must let them also be tax exempt. You must let them have free education. You must also let them be able to give them $150 in cash. You must give them 160 acres of land. And in present day times, those black Indians under the 1866 treaty should be getting, they could also hold gambling casinos. Now, this country has never carried out the full mandates, but yet we're still honoring it for Indians. Right now, all the benefits that Indians are getting in this country are getting it from the 1866 Indian Treaty, because they took up arms against the United States in the Civil War. They wiped out all previous treaties. Now, every year in the White House, we get about 560-some white Indian chiefs, which in history they call $5 Indians, because 90% of the people calling themselves Indians nowadays are not really Indians. Those are whites passing as Indians, because they paid $5 to the Dawes Commission to get their name on the Dawes roll so they can get all these advantages. But every year they get invited to the White House, and every year they got approximately 300 $3.5 billion every year, even that Obama's been in office. They got money into the Federal Indian Bureau. Now, see, if you were to talk about reparations, black folks have been getting all this money all these years too. But they got shut out because the Indians in 1938, they sent a letter to the Department of Bureau of Indian Affairs saying, how do we shut black folk down to make sure they never get any reparations? And that letter floated around in the federal government from about 1938 to about 1941. Then it went to the Secretary for the Department of Interior, and the Department of Interior looked and says, aha. Said, how did I come up with a scheme to shut down blacks so they get no reparations in this country? He said, what you do, you Indians come up with a new concept called a quantum blood law, which says that black folk are not entitled to any of the benefits of the 1866 treaty in terms of reparations unless they can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that they got 1/4 Indian blood in them. And we make Indian blood sacred like Jesus Christ's blood.
Oh,
I remember when I lost my mind.
it's so deeply rooted. Just this little segment alone could be broken down for hours because there's so much here, right? But my God, it's so deeply rooted. Cut the damn check. Quit giving us the runaround. Like he keeps saying, everybody else took up arms and had to fight. That's one thing we noticing.
I'm trying to understand what makes us different. Is it the fact? Like, what is it? Come on now. You know, the Native Americans, they put the Native American up on the TV, that old commercial, and dropping the tear all sad. The small hats, they continue to sympathize and empathize with their deal with those camps. Every nature, every culture, the Irish, Asians, every culture gets a pat on the back and it's okay. Here's some money and land. Why not us? Is it because of our, I don't know, our gravitas? We make music and art and magic and invent things through all this. Do white men feel like we haven't suffered enough? You don't think we feel pain? Is that what it is, white man? Like, you know what? We have been trying to decimate you darkies off the face of it for a long time, and y'all continue to mate with our women, create our standards and exceed them. Why won't y'all just go away? Because God.
And there you go. And we talking about the $5 Indians. He just explained it. They literally paid $5 to the Dawes Commission. So those folks that y'all are talking, those was not black folks. Those were cosplaying. They might have been breeding with black folks. Like you said, about 90% of them are not. Most of them are, different, maybe Mexican, white, a lot of different stuff. And over time, now today. But if you see the pictures here, he got the black Indians up there, but not the ones you see, not Pocahontas in them.
Yeah, Pocahontas and John Smith. More heinous madness. Shout out to the X-Files.
And therefore, they've been shutting blacks out all these years. That's why they didn't get into reparations, to go back to your earlier point. And the last point on reparations, you asked me earlier about a blueprint. This country's always given reparations to all groups except black folk, even though black folk were the ones who built the country. They built the bridges, they picked the cotton, they built the highways, they built the government buildings. They were the backbone of this nation. But now, so in the Marshall Plan, we gave billions of dollars to Germans after World War II. We got under what's called a Point 4 program. We gave reparations to Japanese. We gave reparations to American Indians. We gave reparations to everybody but black folk. Yet black folk are locked into the bottom of a vertical order and a descending order of wealth, owning, and poverty. And control of resources. And nobody wants to address the issue. Because right now, see, in this nation, everything that everybody dreams of is identified with and associated with white skin. That means privilege, wealth, power, income, and privileges associated with white skin. Nobody's right mind will identify with anything black that's negative. If black folk are carrying 6 to 7 times their fair share of everything is bad, why would anybody want to identify with blackness when they can identify with whiteness and get all these advantages? Now, in terms of what they should be doing for that, black folk, for instance, right now, these young black folk that need leadership in these communities, like this thing about Black Lives Matter, they're floundering around because they don't have any black leadership out there. Now, if black leaders will say, well, what can we do to help these blacks, give them some leadership, and at the same time give them some mild form of reparation that's not violent, not committing themselves to violence and then kind of overthrow or revolutionary activities. They should go in all these urban areas. You 70% of all the black people in America live in and around 10 large metropolitan areas. Yeah. Why don't you go in and reindustrialize those areas and build industries in there? But what this country should...
What does that mean?
That means that...
All right, that was all the gems we getting tonight. But like you say, 70% of black folks live in these 10 industrial city areas. big, probably Atlanta, Houston, North Carolina, you know, etc. And we need to figure DC, some of these places in the South, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. Shout out to Richard, who said we need to go buy the state of Mississippi. Shout out to Hustler's Philosopher down there. So, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to be discussed.
Yeah, big shout out to Hustler's Philosopher down there with his land, brother. You have definitely acquired the Walker household dream. We try to get down there too, brother. You know, but hey, a lot of these things may be coming around the corner. God works in mysterious ways. Again, what's good for the goose may not be good for the gander. We the goose, the BITCH that is America is the gander. Let everything play out, and we're gonna see where the chips will fall. God is not cruel. Could be a little weird at times, but I don't think he's cruel.
Man. And Hustler's Philosopher come back with a 20 ball, says group purchasing via corporation of tax forfeit parcels are the fastest way to Black land ownership. Each county has their own tax forfeit list that can be purchased over the counter once you get the land.
Once you get the land. Okay. Appreciate y'all's philosopher. Group purchase via corp. Okay.
There we go. Yeah! Boom, that's what you've been seeing a lot of times where these groups are coming together and they're like, hey, we bought, 90 acres somewhere, or, so they come together as groups and whatnot, and they're figuring it out from there, but at least getting the land first, like you said.
I'm down. The Walker family down. That's the goal. Like, why not? Folks scared to do it. Get a lot of land where you ain't in each other's face, and your neighbors is people you can trust, because you're going to be out. You know what I'm saying? You're going to kind of be off the beaten path a little bit. You don't want to be out there. I wouldn't advise folks to be by themselves. That's the way to go. Appreciate your Hustler's Philosopher. Who you with, Ninja? Who your folks? Why don't you call us?
Man. Yeah! Boom, and he come back, says COINTELPRO explains it all.
Oh, I was just looking that up, brother Hustler's Philosopher. Brother OG, forget the OG. He bought that up too. COINTELPRO, and it's another pro. But yeah, so illegal activities the FBI use to destabilize and discredit certain in politics, things like that, primarily African American politics and structures. Yeah.
Yes. Like they go in and drop crack off in the hood, and they drop off Sexy Red and Glorilla in the hood. It's all COINTELPRO.
It's documented. It's illegal. It's wrong, but it's a secret.
And No Contendo says Dr. Anderson says Black folks and doesn't delineate.
And are you talking about the FBI? Shout out to No Contendo. Hey, I'm here for unity, brother. You got to hashtag out Sister Ebony D.
Yeah. Yeah. So listen, it's a new age thing. Like you say, Dr. Anderson comes from an old time. Everybody was trying to work together. But yeah, if you watch some of his interviews, he definitely delineates. He understands the difference. He knows most folks ain't on board. Those for the people who don't get our best interests. It's just that simple. Like, we have a different struggle.
There you go. Amen.
So here we are. Speaking of that, we're going to get to it now. We're talking reparations. Y'all know what's going on in the UN. If you don't, I'm going to let this play. Here we go.
United States government was one of 3 countries worldwide that voted that the transatlantic slave trade and the so-called African American or indigenous history of the North Americas and the acts that were done upon these people was not the most gruesome act of violence in mankind. That's what they voted, right? I'm going to pose a question to anybody who is not of African American descent. If one of your family members was brutally taken out, horrifically assaulted, never any reconciliation about it, you knew exactly who did it, how would you feel about it? How would that affect the rest of your life? How would that affect you raising your children? Think about this. So we're quick to talk about African Americans or Black people and say, y'all need to get over y'all trauma. Y'all need to get over it. And that's just very insensitive of people, because if y'all went through the same shit, you will understand psychologically how it affects you. You will get how it affects the soul of a person. You will get how it affects not only the person who bear witness to the hideous crimes, but those who have become offspring to these people.
Yes, that part. And it's to the point now where most folks, the sentiment is y'all should just be happy y'all free. Free, quote unquote. Like, hell no. Because we understand the truth that this was ours before it was ever yours, quote unquote. So, hell no, we ain't happy we free. We want back what's ours, and we want paid with interest. All right, the atrocities that were committed. We want all that.
And that's the thing this brother pointing out. And I second the motion. You got to understand. You got to have some understanding for why there is a Nug and Bonquisha. We acknowledge it. We come from Nug and Bonquisha. We were premeditated to be Nugs living amongst Bonquishas. Just the factor of the vast majority of African-American FBA black households not having a father in the house is enough. It's to the point now I could walk around and tell black boys and black men that didn't have a dad in the house. It's easy as hell to tell, just to have a couple words. Yeah, see, and I'm telling you, and it triggers me because I had some growing up to do. I had to come to terms that young men that are born without a father in the house are more emotional. If you're an emotional man out here in the world, especially the US, you are dead in the water. Gone. It's these simple factors. Like it's so many folks out there don't even know what that will feel like. Can't imagine it. To grow up without a father in the house, just all willy-nilly, no protection, no guidance. That alone is too much.
Man. So this young brother is talking about the psychological and spiritual effects of slavery and generational trauma. A lot of people simply write this off as if, get over it, you know. Yeah, I agree with the sentiment. You know, we don't agree with being victims. Yeah, we don't teach our kids that, none of that. But we understand what a debt is owed. So they want to try to pull a Jedi mind trick. Be happy y'all free. Why y'all complaining? Hell no. Pay me what you owe me. Like that, it's that simple.
And this is accountability corner. It's not about being a victim, not in the slightest. We have pain inside. We got to know where to put it. It has to go somewhere so that we can grow and heal. We are humans. I know the black man and the black woman has been dehumanized for so long, but we got feelings, God dang it. We still operate on the human level, believe it or not.
And this is how generational trauma is passed down, which becomes generational curses amongst our people once we are unaware that the trauma is there. From the vote being casted at the UN summit, I need my people to really wake up and realize there is no reparations. There is no moral sad story. There is none of that for us. Only thing that we need is unity, which for some fucking reason seems to be our kryptonite.
What happens when the majority of the United Nations says that what happened to you?
Well, hold on, brother. Before you go, I don't agree with that. There must be reparations. First of all, we got to check your lineage, the way you acting. Sometimes when you get to acting wonky, we're going to check his hairline, Ebony Dean. Unwrap your do-rag.
Yeah, come on, man. Like I could be a pessimist at times, but I shall not sit here and insult my ancestors and turn my nose up to the conversation or thought of reparations. Y'all need to relax. Like, you up here with your locks and your hair. Come on, what's wrong with y'all? That's why I scoff at y'all's spiritually into folks. They'll make me laugh.
Is unity, which for some fucking reason seems to be our kryptonite.
What happens when the majority of the United Nations says that what happened to you and your people was the most egregious crime that ever could happen to people? But then the people who are responsible for it either abstain from voting entirely or vote against that resolution, because that's what happened in the General Assembly of the United Nations. The country of Ghana, and shout out to Ghana, brought forth a resolution declaring the trafficking of African people, and I quote, the gravest crime against humanity. It also called for reparations as, quote, a concrete step towards remedying historical wrongs. It also called for the, quote, prompt and unhindered restitution of items important to culture, i.e., give me my stuff back from them museums. Those things being artifacts, artwork, documents, archives, and monuments. They want their stuff back, and they want acknowledgement of the historical harm that has been done. Now, of the 193 representatives that were present during this vote, 123 voted yes. 52 abstained from voting. Odd, but I'm coming back to that. And 3 voted no.
And we're going to stop for a minute. We about to mine through some of this. So I know some. Yeah, Ghana, what some of these African countries is trying to do is egregious. They are not operating in our interests. They are operating in their interests. Ghana, yeah, so we're going to mine through some of this. They say they want the artifacts back. They say the trafficking of African slaves was the greatest atrocity. They're not acknowledging people who are already here, indigenous. People keep stop because they like, we must have came from Ghana. So those people, they're going to try to give it to these countries like Ghana who say, look, y'all took our people and took them to America. Y'all owe us.
So you got to be from Ghana. You got to have lineage to Ghana or Africa. See, no, see, now you got me. I didn't know this new information. Let me process it. So they are saying that if you were born over here or always here, and you still went through chattel slavery, all of the wicked atrocities, since you didn't come across on that ship. See that's a hell of a line of divide. You know, I don't agree with that. That ship journey was definitely heinous, but it ain't, you don't sit there and say either or, both. Yeah, both of them. Like, what we talking about? You was made into shoes whether you came on the ship or if you was already here. The atrocity stayed the same. I don't want to die. I don't want to see. I don't want to disrespect that journey because God dog, I done said it. You can't put me on no ship. They's gonna have to slaughter me on that shore. I ain't getting on nobody's boat. But I don't know. That's deep. But what the heck?
Argentina, Israel, and the United States. As far as the abstaining votes, the United Kingdom and all 27 of the European Union countries abstained from voting entirely. There's no surprises here when it comes to the United States, because the United States barely acknowledges chattel slavery at all. Look at how it treats even the discussion of chattel slavery. When mere months ago, this administration literally tried to rip the panels just discussing the enslaved people owned by the first president of the United States. This is historical fact. Try to get those panels ripped off of the walls of that monument. So yeah, no surprises, even though this country was entirely built, like this stolen country was built by stolen people with stolen labor. And you expect a thief to acknowledge the theft? But the European Union and the UK is very, very interesting to me, because rather than saying yes or no, they just decided not to vote at all, despite the fact that Europe itself can also attest to the sheer amount of money made off of the backs of enslaved peoples. Anywho, congratulations to Ghana. Thank you to all of the nations who actually stood up and said the right thing, that this atrocity that happened over many centuries to millions of people that westernized nations too often ignore for their own benefit was one of the most egregious things to ever have happened to people. Now, while this resolution is not legally binding, it is a reflection of the world's opinion. This is how the world feels.
And we talked about this before. Shout out to Baba T. Baba T and Brother 10. We were up here months ago and they discussed this. Baba T said this has to go to the United Nations and they have to make a ruling, which we are seeing. The thing is, who gonna force America to pay it? So it's so convoluted. That's why you get people like Ghana and them trying to get into it. But y'all ain't gonna force nobody to do nothing. Where's the Ghana army at? What y'all gonna do? So that's why America ain't like, no, we ain't voting on it. Why would we vote to pay y'all? You know, they ain't gonna do it. So all these other countries, yeah, it's a perfect time to kick them while they down. Pay them their money. They want to see America, and we want our bread. But the thing is, you know, UN can say it, but you got to force them to cut the check now.
Some is fishy here. My spidey senses is going off now with this new information. The world is in turmoil. That's a fact. WW3 has been upon us for at least weeks now. We're going to stop the bull jive. United States ain't faring too well. I really believe that all of this bargaining and talks without our daggone input, it's all right. Let it go. Just let it happen. Obviously, let's stay alert. Let's keep our voices heard. But I think it's gonna work out because this ain't what I thought. This ain't what I thought at all.
And it is a step towards future actions that will get us to repair. Okay, thanks, bye.
Okay, fuck the United States, Israel, and Argentina, as well as every single country that abstained for voting for reparations. Gonna let a vote in the United Nations, or reparations for the descendants of chattel slavery, also calling it the greatest crime against humanity. And every single country that abstained from voting, that stuck their head in the sand, needs to be shamed just as much as the ones who voted no, because all of their racial politics are still extremely fucked up and they're trying to avoid accountability for what they did in the past that got them to be that way. Let's first look at the 3 countries that voted no, that the Black descendants of slavery are not owed reparations. So much of the US economy is still reliant on the exploitation of Black people, who make up a disproportionate amount of the prison population, which the law allows to work for free. The entire economy of the US, from hundreds of years before it became an independent country, was founded on slavery. The banks that are consistently able to deny loans to Black people and other people of color, well, these banks' wealth was extracted from their ancestors. And for anyone who's surprised by Argentina because it is a Latin country, I wasn't. Ethnically, they are majority European. They used to have plenty of Black folks, but let me just say that that's not the case anymore. There were policies that made that happen. And Argentina continues to try to claim the benefits of Latinidad while denying the racism in its past. And as for is not real, well, if they showed even a bit of favorable intent toward.
And here we go. So the UN, and slavery ain't never ended. Shout out to Leon King, always talking about the 19th Amendment and that type of stuff. Shout out to Uncle Beans. We got Uncle Beans in the crowd. I seen he was talking about this yesterday, and he mentioned how there was 4 million slaves released in 1865 when slavery ended. It was 4 million Black folks released, quote unquote. And there's how many today? We about 43 million strong. But there was 4 million of us released after slavery into America. That's what they said. All right. And he did the data that was saying more than 4 million people have been incarcerated since 1980 in the war on drugs and been forced into prison and work for free. So there's been more people locked up on the war on drugs since 1980 than there were released from slavery. All right. So they just transitioning bodies. That's all. They're going to get that free labor one way or another.
And the waters are so muddy. There's folks locked up under somebody's jail that deserve reparations as well. See what I'm saying? The right that needs to be wrong, I don't think the wicked white man got what it takes to right it. It's over. Righting that wrong topples his empire. God got to make this right via some wild world conflict. God is going to make it right. We seeing asteroids, they releasing everything but an X-file. They talking about the Martians is here. There's an ocean under the ocean. You know what I mean? They releasing every, classified file except for that file. God gonna make it all right.
And shout out to No Contendo. The same way Haiti, Congo, U.S. ghettos full of blitz and chaos.
COINTELPRO dropping stuff off.
There we go. And shout out to Naive, became a channel member.
Appreciate you, sister.
And No Contendo come back. Says boats left Ghana. It should include all diaspora.
Okay. Yeah.
We're going to get into it. Shout out to Hustler's Philosopher with the 5-ball. Says some Africans put Caucasians on their driver's license. Just ask one.
I ain't got to ask none. AI said so. Some immigrants from Africa may identify as white or Caucasian on official documents, including driver's license. Yo, wild as heck. Yo, wow.
Well, not just from Africa. Anybody from Mexico, any Latin country, any Middle Eastern country, any Asian country. They can all come here and identify as Caucasian if they want.
And that's like kissing the wall. Kissing the wall. That's what
and
it's
it
like.
increases their number on the census. So when we say, white people are 70-something% of the country, a lot of these numbers are watered down because you don't know who's included in that number.
Holy guacamole. Can't believe nothing.
Huh. And Petty Sama come through gifting 10 channel memberships.
Like he always do. We can't thank you enough, good brother.
Appreciate that, brother.
Come on, just bring it. I need you to stand up. Why y'all not moving? Come on. Don't make me push. Don't make me push. Thank you, sir. There go money. She's touching you. Where they get that money? Where they get that money? I can see money from a long way.
Elder Gregory Kelly,
That's right. Come on.
$100.
Everybody get something in your hand. Come on and put it right here.
Elder Petty Sama, 10 memberships.
Appreciate that, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And Rachel with the 10 ball says, after World War II, Argentina became a major haven for them fleeing justice. They are very racist. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yep.
Hey, shout out to you. Hey, Hustle's Philosopher come back. Show sponsor with a 10 ball. They have the resources, gold, oil, diamonds, cobalt beneath their feet. He says, what the problem is barely $500 to rent an excavation machine. But y'all immigrants here, make it make sense. Our check.
There you go.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And shout out to Postman. Been a member 5 months. Says we moving, man. PA, here we come. NFL draft the Canes.
Shout out to the brother Postman over at Mailbox Sports. Can't wait for you to come into the city, brother.
Also, make sure y'all go subscribe. I see the brother just hit 1,000 subs on YouTube. So shout out to the Postman.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I was just over on this channel. There we go. Can't wait for you. We're going to have a good old time, brother. Good old time.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And Nai says, Mr. Walker, God going to make it right. You on to something.
Come on, Nai. Talk to me now. Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya.
For that resolution, then they'd have to admit that what they're doing to Palestinian people is, well, very similar to what the resolution was about. Now let's move on to the abstentions. All of Europe abstained. All of it. And that makes so much sense because they like to pretend that racism is not a problem. And if they just don't talk about it for long enough, everybody is going to forget that it was European countries who started the slave trade. The US didn't exist when the slave trade started in the 15 and 1600s. No. That was all you, Spain, Portugal, Britain. Y'all had the insane idea of kidnapping and trafficking people across an entire ocean because y'all unalived so many of the indigenous people of the Americas and you didn't want to do the work yourselves. That was crazy. Who would even come up with such an idea? It's nuts. And the British ambassador actually said, there is no need to compare atrocities.
And there you go. So, like we said, y'all need to do the research. We were all over this planet. You know, there are artifacts everywhere that say we've been here for centuries, long before slavery. There's artifacts that tie back to Africa, that connect in the Americas, that show you we've been traveling the globe. And like she said, when they first start coming here, they was fighting for this land. That could be a possibility. Like I said, they deleted so many people and we need more folks here. So maybe they did bring people on the ship, but there was already people here.
Exactly. This woman here talking about the UN said, why compare atrocities? Because everyone continues to say that slavery was a legal atrocity. That's where we are. They said it was wrong. Yeah, it was a crime against humanity. Yeah, but it was legal. The United States ain't paying back their debts to their greatest allies out here, or used to be greatest allies. They stand alone today. What make you think and they owe us a debt too? They're not paying nobody. Do you realize that United States don't pay back nobody ever under no circumstance? And now we are the first ones they owe. They're like, nah, y'all debt old. Eventually, this is my concern. They're gonna say, you know what? It's been such and such many years. What's that? What's that thing? Statute of limitations. I'm gonna say, it's over, y'all. Yeah, the process didn't get completed in time.
And this is what they fought for. This is what they came here for. All right. Their ancestors came here to escape, Spain and Europe and all the stuff that was going on over there. They wanted their own land so they can do their own debauchery like we see today. And that's what they came here for. That's what they fought the British for and over the tea and all that. They like, look, we're not about to be up under y'all rule anymore. We came over here to escape y'all. But even the British came by like, no, you can't escape us. And then they fought, then they got their sovereignty. And then they fought with each other over black folks, the Civil War. So they've been fighting ever since we've been here. And like you said, white folks ain't repaid anybody for the most part.
That Constitution had nothing to do with us. That Constitution had nothing to do with anybody that wasn't wealthy. We, the people, only included a handful of folks. It wasn't everybody. It wasn't. Matter of fact, they knew it was heinous. There was somebody, I'm going to look into it, they were supposed to sign his signature on it, and he walked out. He said it was egregious. Everybody that's supposed to sign didn't sign. It's been what it's been. It's been gangster since the beginning.
15 million people were displaced from West Africa. 2 million died during the Middle Passage. And the hundreds of millions of their descendants who were born into slavery, segregation, and societies that don't value them as equals, well, that's hundreds of millions of people. If all you European countries can recognize that the Holocaust was a grave crime against humanity, because 11 million Jewish people, Roma people, LGBTQ people, and other minorities were unalive, you will have to admit that the hundreds of millions of people affected by the slave trade. I'm just saying, there's no need to compare. Well, you got to at least admit that the scale is also insane. And then let's move on to the Asian countries, because I'm actually really freaking disappointed in some of you. Japan. This didn't surprise me. Japan doesn't surprise me because they do whatever the white people do. They learned their fascism from Hitler and Mussolini. When they were still a baby imperialist country during the 1800s, they studied what the Europeans did. They did what the Europeans did, and that's how they conquered Manchuria, Korea. Japan also really likes to stick its head in the sand about things. China, Korea, the Philippines, Taiwan, actually most of Southeast Asia would like to have a word with you, Japan, because if you admit that what was done to African slaves was wrong, then you'll also have to admit that what you did to all of the countries I just listed was crazy. Also, Cambodia, what? I feel like you guys of all people would know better. And as for the people who said that China voting yes is not a good thing, like sure, China is trying to maintain a good relationship with most African countries. Sure, they might have their eyes on the mines. They might want a little bit of copper. But would you rather they have voted no? I'm not going to blaze China too much for this, but
yeah. So, of course, some of them countries didn't vote yes, like Japan. They are still ruled by America. Anywhere where you see American, bases and stuff like that, no, they're not. Some of them countries just didn't vote at all, or they voted no. But somebody like China and Russia, yeah, they gonna vote yes. They want to see mud in the water. They want to muddy the waters for America as much as possible.
It's done. Like I said, this is much deeper, and I do apologize. I don't think this, it's showing. This ain't got nothing to do with us, really. This is just more weaponry. This is just different aspects of warfare. They just trying to just beat the witch that is America down, and the outcome is inevitable. That's why T-Money out here trying to recruit folks that are 40 years old. He said, if you 40 years old, come and join the band, my baby. I'm 40. Man, listen here. As good a health I think I'm in, I can't go fight nobody. Let's sit here and ain't no way. But the outcome is inevitable. Wrongs shall be righted. Don't y'all fret.
I am going to shame Japan and Cambodia because what the fuck?
What is incredible about this is that reparation would, at the low end, would cost us billions. At the middle would cost us trillions, and at the top end would cost us probably the entire economy's GDP. And yet we have the UK's representative not say, this is ridiculous, all bad things have happened in the past, we can't have actions every time something wrong has happened on our watch. Instead of that, they say, actually not a bad point. I tell you what we're going to do, we're going to abstain on this. How on earth could our country abstain with something which could literally wipe our economy out? Why haven't we got a prime minister or a foreign secretary or a permanent secretary of the Foreign Office stand up and say, we are not abstaining on this issue. It is completely wrong. We are fighting for our people. We are not paying one penny. We are voting against. Who made that decision? Please. Was it you, Yvette Cooper? Was it you, Starmer? Was it you? I don't know who it could be. Who could possibly have said we should abstain on an important issue which would affect Don't worry about what's happening in Iran. This will be 1,000 Irans, right? So please, would somebody from the Labour Party explain to me how such a decision was made?
Yeah. So he mad that the UK abstained. They didn't vote one way or the other because they knew it's some bull job. The problem is they keep having this discussion. We can't pay it because it's going to topple the economy. No, it's not. All it's going to do is transfer power back over to the righteous people, which is us. All right, that money ain't going nowhere. The money is still there. We're going to invest it, and we're going to be in control of things with our assets. It's just going to be a transfer of power. The money ain't just going to vanish into thin air. It's just, with money comes power. Bottom line, and by all them trillions of dollars being transferred over, yeah, it's going to remove power from one group of people to another, and that could be a good thing.
There you go. It's not going to topple the economy. It's going to topple their individual legacies. That's what it's going to topple. And we all right with that, believe it or not. I can't help but continue to see the snares and tricks the wicked white man got. I can see it now. You know, the value of the dollar is in extreme jeopardy. I can see it now. Everybody starts shipping American dollars back. And then and only then, you gotta say, you know what? We done switched over to a stable coin. We done switched over to digital currency. All y'all darkies want this useless paper money. That's gonna start. Black folks gonna start waking up with stacks of cash outside their door. Here's your reparations. What is it worth? Nothing. They're not looking to give us anything, but God is gonna make it all right.
So here we go. And shout out to Project Leroy. Says Elon Musk daddy got rich on diamonds in Africa, yet you see the same Sambos praising Elon and his daddy for being wealthy off of someone else's resources.
Man, wicked. Now, everybody getting rich off of us. Can we get rich? Can we get rich off of us?
Oh, man. And Brother Travis says everything we did great was alone. We good.
We good.
And shout out Nais says Mr. X, transatlantic slave trade was bulk enslaved.
Understood.
Okay. So here we are. Listen, we're gonna keep mining through this. The Ghana folks is coming for the reparations. And not only them, the Mexicans. So stay tuned.
This happened yesterday.
Gathering in the name of remembrance and reparations to back a draft resolution recognising the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favour, 123, against 3, abstentions 52.
Argentina, Israel and the US voting against the resolution.
The United States, as well as Europe and the UK, who abstained from voting, essentially are all the primary beneficiaries of the transatlantic slave trade. So, of course, none of them want to pay any damages for any of that. But another reason that the US government is motivated to vote against a resolution like this is that slavery is still legal in the United States. Read the 13th Amendment. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States. Robin McDowell.
Well, it was never abolished. It was transferred. I'm going to lock you up. I'm going to put you in said conditions that, you know, COINTELPRO. Some of this stuff is all systematic setups. That I'm going to keep you on the plantation one way or the other. Somebody has to work for free to keep this machine going.
I hear y'all. I hear y'all wicked white folks. Oh, then just stay out of jail and there's nothing to worry about. What if I told you being COINTELPRO, other heinous, wicked, psychological whacks, we were literally just shoved into the prison system like cows into the slaughterhouse? Would you believe that, even if it's documented? So it wasn't just like they said, all right, if you go to jail, now you lose your freedom. Now you become an indentured servant and slave once again. No, they did everything in their power. They came up with plans, organizations. They spent millions of dollars to make sure black folks got themselves into that prison system.
Party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States. Robin McDowell and Margie Mason at AP News released this article that is an incredible piece of reporting about how the state of Alabama specifically has historically been one of the worst offenders for profiting off of inmate labor. I really recommend you go read the article, but it speaks about how—
And that's why we say to hell with some of them southern states. Ain't no way that still majority blacks and they operate the way they do. Like a state like Alabama. Alabama may be the worst state in the union, respectfully. It got nothing to do with the people that live there. It just is what it is. Like he say, they still operate in some of them old practices to where that's why shout out to Sister Raquel when she say they'll lock you up for a bag of weed. Some of that stuff is true in some of them counties. All right, you get off into some of them backwood countries in Alabama, they'll lock you up for anything and then turn you into inmate labor. It is a system still down there.
Plain and simple. Ain't nothing changed but the different way they do things, except for Alabama and other deep, dark country places. Shout out to America, the American dream. I'm sorry, the American nightmare.
How Alabama has this program where it leases its inmates to around over 500 local businesses where they have to work or face some sort of punishment. And despite being paid minimum wage, $7.25 an hour, the state takes 40% off the top of that gross wage. If inmates get like a warning from their boss, they can face punishment back in prison. This has made Alabama hundreds of millions of dollars.
Did y'all listen to that? Alabama is forcing inmates to work for there's about 500 companies, including McDonald's and a lot of more of these companies that are forcing inmates in Alabama to work for minimum wages, around $7. The problem is the prison taking a cut off the top, 40%. So now we're down to about $4. Then you paying taxes and some more stuff. Now you down to about $2 an hour working, building industry still.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
White man got to get something about you. Got to get something about you. You can't just be a useless eater. You don't want to work. You don't want to get a job. All right, you want to commit crime? We're going to see to it that you do be in position where you got to commit a crime to feed your family. And then we're going to lock you up and make a pretty penny off you. We've talked about this. That's a whole different feeling. You at, y'all fast food restaurant connoisseurs, you at McDonald's, Burger King, and the ninja across the desk taking your order is serving, I don't know how many years and got some type of work release. I don't know. I just don't want
not even
human.
that. They're working in the plants. So it's not the restaurants. They making your McNuggets. They making the fries. They working in these plants for these big companies doing the labor.
Oh, so they got an opportunity to put
like the chicken plant, them chicken plants and stuff down south. They making these people work. They making your McDonald's chicken nuggies in these chicken plants working for damn near free.
Oh, wicked. God, see, that's a whole different aspect. See that? Now you in there with the raw material, even more diabolical if you ask me. Shoot. Huh.
As the article notes, in 2022, Alabama actually removed the incarceration exception from its state constitution anti-slavery amendment. Now, the crazy part is the majority of states have not removed this incarceration exception from their state constitutions, and of course, in the federal constitution, this exception still exists. In many states, still, inmate labor is not only required, it is completely unpaid. Now, does it make sense why the United States would vote no against this resolution? And would it surprise you to learn that despite having only 4% of the Earth's population, the United States holds 20%, 1/5 of the Earth's incarcerated population? And would it surprise you to learn as well that despite making up only 15% of the United States population, Black Americans represent 40%, 2/5 of our incarcerated population? I'll let you connect the dots.
That's wild as hell. Like you said, the overrepresentation. So there you go. And everything from food stamps, all is overrepresented compared to our overall number. We 15% of the population, but 40% of the prison population is wicked, systematic. So, yeah.
Again, over here, accountability corner. We acknowledge that a lot of these things are our folks' responsibility. That's how life is. It's a beautiful struggle, you know. But some of these things ain't our fault. It's not, and this is I am very judgy, but it's just not. It's not our faults that some of our the vast majority of our people were born into hateful, racism riddled situations where they found themselves taken to the streets and inevitably took into a grave or a daggone prison cell. But I think the rest of the world just don't want to acknowledge it because it sucks. It's a terrible tale of horror, our journey on American soil. I get it. Folks don't want to hear that and try to process that. It sucks, but it's our story.
And that's why they need to cut the check. And Rachel says, Mr. Walker, have you ever watched a Netflix documentary called The 13th? And it's about Black people in prison and U.S. Obama narrates it.
I did not. I screenshot it. I'm going to check it out. Appreciate you, Rachel.
Yes, I seen that years ago. Yeah, it's about this exact thing. Yeah, that movie been out forever. Leon talks about it a few times. Yeah, it's about the prison system. It's showing you the 13th Amendment and today's prison system, how people are working for free and the whole game.
I definitely believe it. I believe the majority of my family members, blood family members, been locked up, jail, prison time. Like did 5 years plus. Swear to goodness. Wow.
And Frederick Howard says, Mr. Walker, check into HR 4637 bill.
Screenshot that too. We'll do, Frederick Howard.
Here we go.
So what's good? You know I was going to get to it at some point. So apparently Ghana, the continent of Africa, decided to go to the UN and ask for reparations for slavery. Woo, man. And they are serious. They are dead serious people. They want that money for slavery. They want that money. But I'm amazed and I'm shocked and I'm baffled by the stupidity of the leader of Ghana and the audacity that he had to get up on that platform and ask for reparations when, let's just say, and I'm gonna throw this in here. Yeah, the descendants of the slaves over here in America haven't even got that yet. That's neither here nor there. But the real reason here why it's so egregious that the leader of Ghana would ask for such things is because they rounded the slaves up and sent them over here. Like, if you do your research and your history and stuff like that, history. I'm a huge history buff. Loved history in school, all types of things. So I know shit. If you know any better, you know that in that west part of Africa, at that time, that tribe was shipping people off. They were rounding up other neighboring tribes and stuff like that. And either through kidnapping or the tribes that they fought lost the war and Ghana won. And this is how it goes down. Sorry, I gotta be honest with you over here. Most of us over here we were either kidnapped, our ancestors were kidnapped and brought here, or our tribe lost the war. We were losers and we got shipped over here. Sorry, I gotta be honest with you people out there. I know you black people ain't gonna like this shit, but it's the truth. But anyway, this is where it goes down. So now he's on the UN stage asking for reparations for his tribe or whatever, things like that, back in those centuries, back those decades ago, like, participating in shipping slaves off. And, to some degree, they're still doing that now. But the problem here is the audacity. Like, people don't know what your ancestors did all those, decades ago. And, we can't sit here and allow this buffoon to get up on the UN.
So I'm going to slow him down for a minute. There's so much here, all right? A lot of research has been done over time. And like you said, believe what y'all want. Everybody got their own beliefs, but the truth is the truth. Most of them folks never arrived in America. It's just true. They were in Caribbean islands, South America, stuff like that. Most of us was here already. That's just a fact. So, but as far as Ghana doing this, Ghana say they want reparations for slavery now. That's why they was at the UN in their own best interests. They was not trying to do anything for FBA. They cut the check for Ghana and our people, which y'all did to us. Y'all took my people.
So they want the bread go straight to Ghana, not touch U.S. soil at all.
Exactly.
Oh my God. In that case, y'all know I'm all about us being together, unified. Can't be. Obviously, can't be. The complaint they are taking to the rest of the world excludes us. You hear that? That's why there is a divide. That's wild work. That's fine. See, I keep getting pre-triggered or re-triggered by this daggone madness. We all didn't make it. It's documented. And that's why they stopped at the other places earlier. I keep seeing more and more reels with information about the transatlantic slave trade. And there are instances where the captors threw everybody over just to make more money because there was insurances and things. Like, I get it. But you can't sit here and discard. What about us? What about us that are here? What about us that went through, whose direct ancestors went through Jim Crow and Willie Lynch and chattel slavery? Like, we just to be forgotten? Keep it up. Keep it up. God will make it right. Keep it up.
And sit there and talk out the side of his neck. Now, yeah, there was a few countries that decided to acknowledge that slavery was one of the most heinous crimes in history and stuff like that. I do get it. Certain countries did not, it just is what it is. But, my issue is too, it's like, okay, so let's say we do decide to give Ghana reparations. Let's say we do this. Basically, I'm just gonna speak for America here. Let's say we as Americans decide to give Ghana these reparations, okay? What's gonna happen here is somebody's gotta pay for that. We already got tax problems. We already got issues over here financially as a culture, stuff like that. It's a lot of shit going on. So somebody's gonna have to pay Ghana. And, once they get that money, somebody's going to have to pay that. So, the taxpayers basically definitely would have to pay that. And I'm sorry, as a descendant of a slave in this country, I'm not finna pay them for shipping my ancestors over here. Are you fucking kidding me? So it's the audacity that creep had to get on stage at the UN talking out the side of his neck when he knows the history of what his people did. He knows. And it blows my mind how big this dude's balls is, knowing what his ancestors did, and then want to get up on stage and ask for reparations for shipping people off. Burns me up. Just burns me up. Wish I could talk to him in person. Woo, man. The audacity this dude has in Ghana. The boo-boo tutu, whatever the fuck his name is. Jesus Christ. So you want me, because somebody got to pay for this. If we decide to give Ghana some reparations money, somebody going to have to pay for this shit. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be us, the taxpayers over here. We already got enough issues. I'm not finna pay Ghana for no fucking, are you kidding me?
Here, exactly. Ghana, whatever you want, go and take it in blood. Y'all must understand, these are countries, sovereign nations. We are FBA here in America up under white man rule. White man has been the majority the whole time. Y'all live in countries where y'all are the majority. It's damn near all black people in some of these countries. Figure it out. That ain't our setup. Never has been. So y'all got y'all armies or whatever. Go and get your reparations. That ain't our fight.
They don't get it. They don't get it. They don't understand the pain that comes with being this. I got a confession still to this day, and I'm legal as the day is long. I still get nervous when I look in my rearview mirror and law enforcement there. I don't speed. I ain't got nothing going on illegal. But every time I look in that mirror, because I've had enough run-ins, I know they'll stop you for nothing. Do folks in Ghana know what that feels like? Do y'all have any idea what it's like to literally be a prisoner of war on your own homeland? This is our homeland, but we're still prisoners of war. We're captives, and we are treated as such every day. It don't matter what you got going on. You can't buy yourself out of it. Shout out to Kanye. You could have a Benz. Now you're just a ninja in the Benz. Congratulations.
When they did the shipping, they did the kidnapping of other tribes, or other tribes lost war, still kidnapped them, took them, shipped them off. Things like that. Man, stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. And we want to sit here, and a lot of you people don't understand the history of this situation, that, Africans shipped other Africans off. It wasn't just white people doing this shit out here in these streets. Man, y'all got to wake up, bro. Y'all got to wake up. And this is highly disrespectful that this dude got on the stage, the UN, and asked other countries for reparations. Definitely some that have descendants of slaves from his fucking country. So you want descendants of slaves that are in these other countries to pay the taxes that's gonna give you the reparations. All right then, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay.
Well, one thing we must understand, white man's been ruling so long with an iron fist, so a lot of folks don't got a choice. It's like that old movie with Benny Siegel, Get Down or Lay Down. That is America. So they'd be like, oh, black tribes were selling black people. Get down or lay down. Either they was going to get on board and be partners with these caucus or else. All right. Those were the rules. Still are.
White man came over here with that boomstick. They show us in the movies and cinema how it went down. You know, we over here with our spears and stuff. We athletic. We are physically superior, but white man's a warmonger. I can get it. You got all your big bad dudes, and white man pull out this long object and go pow pow, and your baddest dude fall down flat. Say now, if anybody else want that to happen, you better do as we say. I can visualize it, and again, it ain't hard because they make movies out of it. Get down or lay down. Not excusing the actions, but understood. I understand how it could take place. A little bit of cowardice.
Boo boo tutu. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, okay, whatever, bro. You need to go sit down, bro. You need to go sit down. The president, whatever, Ghana, whatever he is, you need to go sit down, son. You sound like a fool. Getting up on the UN stage. You sound like a fool, boo boo. Y'all have a good day out there. And that's the bottom line.
This is exactly right. And this is what I'm taking from the entire situation. This is a comment that was left underneath the video that I did in regards to the United Nations passing a resolution to acknowledge that the transatlantic slave trade was the gravest crime against humanity. Now, I agree with all of that. I celebrate the win, but I don't celebrate the win because what is this going to do for Black Americans? The president of Ghana is seeking reparations for Ghana. And as I stated in the video that I did, none of those African countries has done anything for Black Americans. For 400 years, they've watched Black Americans be tortured here in the United States, including Ghana. So if any reparations were paid, I'm thinking it's going to go to Ghana. And I don't have a whole bunch of faith that Ghana is then going to do right by Black Americans when they haven't done so in all of these years.
That part. So the comment says, but Ghana is trying to get reparations paid to them. So how does this benefit Black Americans? Trickle down. White man say, I'm going to get the money to Ghana, and we in hopes that Ghana break y'all off something. Hell to the no. We'll all be on that first boat to Ghana. Listen, white man say we gave it to them. Y'all go get it. Hey, we might have to, ladies and gentlemen, if that's the case.
Yeah. Meanwhile, now the plane tickets, train tickets, and boat tickets is now absolute premium. Yeah, who you is? They're gonna look at you. All right, yeah, you want a ticket to Ghana? It's gonna be $25,000 cash, all hundreds. Oh my goodness, ain't no trickle down. It ain't coming. The United States will continue to block us from getting any type of financial relief that we are owed. Then Gaddafi try to send Farrakhan tens of millions of dollars to help get things going. And the United States government said, I wish you might. And you see what happened to Gaddafi. They're not going to allow that money to get over here. They just not. I don't see it. I don't see it coming without God coming down with his mighty hand and making it happen himself. We'll see.
And there we go. So that's a funny thing you said that, because she said that, you know, none of these African countries been trying to help. For the most part, they have not. And speaking of Gaddafi, when they do try to help, there's what happens.
Before Ibrahim Traore, there was Gaddafi. A lot of people been on my dick about my praise of Gaddafi. Oh, but he's a dictator. The fucking audacity of America to claim moral superiority will never cease to amaze me. That's like Jeffrey Dahmer talking down on Mike Vick. Y'all was both violent, but it's levels to this shit.
And there you go. So that's a funny thing. I'm gonna let this go. Shout out to this brother. Like he's saying, they try to villainize the brother Gaddafi. He was a dictator. He was this and that. Coming from America, where we had presidents like Thomas Jefferson. And y'all got the nerve?
Yeah, Thomas Jefferson was wild. Was another one too. And I'm sorry to tell you, but yeah, we are leading into a dictatorship. That the writing's on the wall. Do you know one way for a president to not have to leave office? If you are in an active war. And guess what? We are people saying we are currently in a forever war. Talk to him, Brother Menza. Talk to him.
Gaddafi did. Nationalized control of his oil, which is why I mentioned him in my conversation about Venezuela. Free healthcare, free education, housing subsidies. In the United States, you will die homeless for your inability to pay for healthcare, housing, and education. So please spare me the fucking judgments of morality. So America came and brought freedom, and now Libya is an open-air slave market. That's why we say, watch out when they come to liberate you. Now,
yeah, liberation. All right. Like you say, obviously people are going to have their issues with Gaddafi. Ain't nobody perfect. No leader. Show them. And like you said, when he was there, was thriving. The whole nation was one of the only African nations thriving like that. And now it's an open air slave market.
Crazy. Yeah, Gaddafi, it's my understanding he was really sent up top to the upper room because he said, you know what? Oh, I'm about to back our currency via gold. It was another attempt to better Africa and topple the American petrodollar. But the American petrodollar is being toppled nonetheless. They tried. America just gangsta. So they just went and deleted him for trying to do what he tried to do. And then, yeah, they got to demonize him first. That's the American way. They got to try to look good. So we can't sit there, oh, they toppling our economy. He's an evil dictator. Like Mr. X said, every leader got their flaws. And like I said, we about to enter into a dictatorship. So let's see how bad it really is.
liberate you. Now, Gaddafi's greatest crime was his attempt to unite Africa under a single gold-backed currency and basically establish a United States of Africa. That's why NATO, Obama, and Hillary sent the mob to drag him through the street and murder him like a dog. Then Hillary got up on this video and laughed about it like a sicko.
Yes, we came, we saw, he died. Didn't have anything to do.
He supported financially South Africa's fight against colonialism, Burkina Faso, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Somalia, Algeria. He was trying to get us free. Yo, Gaddafi tried to give $1 billion to black Americans through Minister Farrakhan, and the U.S. blocked that shit. Awesome. You will not be meddling with the niggers on my plantation. Yo, that was gonna be like reparations on the Chappelle show. I got enough cigarettes to last me and my family the rest of our lives. I'm rich, biatch. Now to Tron, the world's richest man. Hot hand in the dice game, baby. Who has ever pledged to come to the defense of black Americans internationally? Now look, was he repressive against his opponents? Hell yeah, he was in power for 40 years. No freedom of the press, none of that shit. That's not a durable system, and it wasn't a humanitarian system. It's not free from reproach. But if you ever wonder why Africans at large love Gaddafi, it's because he gave us hope. He was our last hope before Traore for an anti-colonial, unified, self-determined Africa. And it's irrational to ask the colonized to reject our heroes because of the colonizers' morality.
Well, there you go. Yeah, his thing was he was trying to unite Africa. Like, look, we got all these damn resources. We don't need them meddling. We can do this ourselves. We can back our own currency. We don't. But the European and Western influence on Africa is far too intertwined. They will never relinquish their talons about all the diamonds and oil and resources and gold. They ain't about to just walk away from free resources.
Back to COINTELPRO, destabilizing governments. The only way you can extract all the resources from a beautiful, rich place like Africa, you got to keep it destabilized. You can't have nobody over there unifying folks, building their own infrastructure. having time and years not being bombed to oblivion, having spies go in and disrupting things. No, they got to keep things disrupted. They got to send Hillary and her cronies over there to smile while they deleting folks. Oh, hell, it's hot and I hope y'all dress cold. And they got to continue to do it. So they will never allow Africa to do its thing. America will continue to send in spies to mess things up. And then they throw the rock and hide their hand.
Man, and shout out to Quadash, come through the 5-ball. Says it's more than just America that would owe reparations to the diaspora. The UK, Spain, France, Portugal, etc. America owes FBA their reparations.
Amen. Amen.
And that's what I was hitting on. Yeah, we can't be concerned with all the black people in the world. We just focus on the folks here that went through slavery and all of that on America. All right. And then was released with nothing. Not only released with nothing, but released with obstacles and landmines in your way.
There we go. So that's true. So now I'm wrapping my crack baby brain around this. Yes, our journey here in the Americas was different than Jamaica, respectfully, and all these other places. Yes, hardships and turmoil took place, but the psychological, the effect, the being deemed, what was it, 3/5 human? Like, come on, man. Who know what that feels like? They said we weren't even human, my baby. What we talking about?
Money. And shout out to Rachad with the 10-ball. Says Ghana has not named a single country to pay. He says, but its call for reparations are clearly directed at European nations that participated in the transatlantic slave trade and colonialism.
There you go. Brother Richard, I would like to know, like, now I guess they won't say, but what parts of Africa, if Ghana is included, participated in the slave trade willingly? I would really like to know.
And there you go. Most of the countries on that western shore. So I'm gonna see if I can pull a map up here real quick, but more or less that's it.
No excuse, but I gotta find the humanity in this. Is it possible the ones that traded us over to the slave ship, maybe they didn't know exactly what we was gonna be subject to? Huh? Maybe they said, it's gonna be a nice little ride. It's gonna be cool. We just gonna relocate them. They'll be all right. Maybe they didn't think we was going to suffer the atrocities that we did. Perhaps, maybe.
So here we go. I'll pull this up real quick, but let me take him down. It'll more or less be most of these countries around
that coast.
So it'll go Ghana here. You got what? Where we at? Liberia, Sierra Leone. So most of these countries on the coast, Nigeria, Cameroon, Angola.
The closest.
Along this coast here. And what's right next to it? So it's an easy sail right over to Brazil and South America. But if you're going sailing from Ghana all the way up, you're going to pass to South America, you're going to pass the Caribbeans and go all the way to the Americas.
Oh, that trek. My God, God bless the ancestors that had to go endure that. Sweet Jesus. Yeah, they weren't trying to go all the way down to Angola. Yeah, they right there. Yeah, every day on that ship was critical. Okay.
Yeah, so you're right there on that western coast, that coastline, which was, Ghana was a hotbed, some of these countries, Liberia, Sierra Leone,
I wonder how long they made them trek. Because, we've seen the movie Django and brothers walking in chains. I could see them dropping them off over in Brazil. How for real now? Like after Trail of Tears with these $5 Indians, how many of us had to trek from Brazil up to the south of the Americas? That's crazy. I bet they did.
Yeah, so it's been a lot, like you say. Just off the geography alone, you can use your common sense.
And again, I don't think people care because how we care ourselves as a people. All of the heck we've been through, but we refuse to bow down. We refuse to cower. We refuse to lose our spirit. Blessings to us.
So here we are. Nonetheless, I'm gonna pull this back up. Where's we at here? We ain't done. We talking reparations, FBA versus everybody. We get to the bottom of things.
Cut the check.
And let me just add on to that, because there was a commenter who also stated something very poignant. The commenter said that this resolution is in regards to the transatlantic slave trade. That is an atrocity. Chattel slavery here in the United States, totally different atrocity. Are they connected? Absolutely. But the resolution is in regards to the transatlantic slave trade, not specifically mentioning chattel slavery here in the United States. Yeah. I'll see y'all later.
If y'all want Black Americans to continue to play this game and believe that we all somehow come from Africa, which is actually a theory, it's called the Out of Africa theory. But if we're to play this game and go along with it, we're going to need African countries to run us those reparations. We're going to need your diamonds, your oil, your land, your money, all of the things you brag about that says make your continent so great. We need that. See, we talk about slavery, right? But y'all forget about the other part. It was called the slave trade, which means you guys received and benefited something for the transaction of human capital by way of your own people. And if that's the case, run us our money. And we're also cutting off that Pan-Africanism and that diaspora stuff. We're cutting it off because Black Americans, we don't benefit from that at all. We are the money and the resources that drives that whole thing. When we're talking about Pan-Africanism, we're always talking about the money we are going to give to Africa, the resources we're going to get to Africa.
That part. Shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. It has been a one-sided deal. Nobody has ever gave us a fair shake, even when it comes to Africans or wherever you from, different countries. It's always what we can do for them. And then they talk ish about us. But no, nobody ever says, how can we help y'all? What's owed to us? No, everybody's like, how can we extract more from them? Like she said, bring over y'all greatest musicians over to Africa. Come over and do a concert. All right, send over, whoever, your biggest Michael Jackson and them. Let them go to South America and raise money and help us raise money. Raise money? Y'all got a whole nation with diamonds and minerals. We got nothing. Y'all keep extracting from us, but nobody pours back into us, and we done with that.
There we go. We done with it. We do not have the same mindset as our parents and grandparents. God bless them. But we are moving the goalpost forward. All right. Some of us, enough of us, are our ancestors' greatest and loudest prayer. We are. I truly believe that we are going to see our day. They don't respect us. They don't include us in these conversations. Us FBAs born in these streets, in these cities. Shout out to Chicago, New York, Detroit, all of these rough places. They don't acknowledge us because on paper, we have no power. We have no money. We have no power. But again, I truly believe and I live by this is our land. It's owed to us. And I believe God is going to right some wrongs. Shout out to that beetle that took out those cotton plants back in the day. Other things are coming. Have some faith. I keep telling y'all, our fight does not reside in the physical realm. It resides in the spiritual realm. Let it take place. Stay the course. Stay loud. Stay causing ruckus. But have faith.
When we're talking about Pan-Africanism, we're always talking about the money we are going to give to Africa, the resources we're going to get to Africa, the business deals we're going to do in Africa, building up schools and businesses that we're going to do in Africa. But they never talk about what they're going to do right here. We have people that's in poverty. Our school systems could be way better. We need funds for our businesses, but we want to peddle it all to Africa in the name of Pan-Africanism. So that's going to stop. If y'all want us to continue to play this game, that we all come from that continent over there. It's so crazy, y'all. Y'all remember when Black Panther came out? That was the time that they also started pushing 23andMe and Ancestry.com to make all black people pay for these tests, and you paid to give up your DNA just to see what kind of regions your people came from. But I'll get back into this. Run us that money. And if we bring this to the UN or international court, watch how fast they change this stuff. Let me know what y'all think in the comments. I'll see you on the next one.
That part. And yeah, they can be using that stuff to water the muddy the waters. Who knows? Like you say, to detangle and be like, look, you know, take your ancestry. Look, you ain't even from America. You Nigerian. So that could be part of it as well. There's so many weapons formed against us. We just got to keep fighting. That's all.
Let's see. I feel attacked a little bit. I took the 23andMe. Huh? I'm about to pull mine up later on, see where I definitely believe they said I'm from some part of Ghana. That's interesting. I don't know, man. Let's say shout out to all my folks out there trying to trace their roots, their ancestry. You know, ain't no clear way, but I'm still gonna keep trying. He's saying it's a trick. Everything's a damn trick for us. It's all a trick. Shit.
And Katie Kyrie became a channel member.
Appreciate you, brother.
And No Contendo says, I said earlier, foreign blinks always end up our area.
Nino Brown said that. We ain't making them guns in Harlem.
We go. And Travis Golston come back, says, water glaciers won't allow a trip from Africa to the U.S.
Water geysers, huh?
Okay. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. Especially back in the 14 and 1500s. We are talking, 500-600 years ago. The technology and the ships, it wasn't what you thought. Just the understanding of what it takes to be out on the ocean for 3 or 4 months at a time. I mean, they had enough resources on these boats to keep everybody alive. What?
Everybody was suffering. Everybody. Dysentery, rampant, scurvy, bacteria infections. Absolutely disgusting. Everybody.
No navigation. None of this modern navigation. They know where they was going. Even think about nowadays how long it take for a ship. Even the Navy ships don't move that fast. Everybody, look, it's going to take us a couple weeks to get to the Middle East. We'll be there when we get there. Even with all of our navigation and all these high-powered boats and ships, it's going to take a while. So back then, when they was just following the damn currents and whatnot, it was all working out like a perfect science.
Do you know how long it takes an oil rig to get through the Strait of Hormuz over to the U.S.? At least 45 days. As Mr. X was saying, this is with modern technology. This is white man's most coveted vessel, the oil barge. 45 days for that. Again, blessings and honor to those that had to take that terrible voyage and survived and didn't survive, man. Holy cow.
Man, nonetheless, here we are. I'm going to pull this up. It's not only FBA, Africa, now Mexicans. Hit the like button.
This Representative Jayabal Democrat is saying that if they win the mid-election, they need to give reparations to the children and families traumatized by ICE.
Need to be held account for the trauma that they have created, and we are going to have some form of reparation for the kids and the families that have been traumatized through all of this.
The kids and the families that have been traumatized by ICE, they are on the Congress floor talking about reparations. People just skip the damn line. Imagine waiting in a line somewhere for something. You've been there, you wait, and somebody just comes in front of you. Violence! You can't just cut the damn line. Get in the back.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Oh, let's have the conversation since Mr. X bring it up. You at the amusement park. Shout out to Kennywood. We grown adults. If another grown man, this is for the men out there, another grown man come walk and stand in front of you, and you've been waiting to get on the Phantom's Revenge for an hour, You telling me you know if a polite, hey sir, you need to go get back in line, don't work, and he tell you to shove off, what's your next step? Am I the only one man enough to say I'm probably gonna get out the amusement park? Huh? Golly, you ain't lying. This ain't for reparations. You know, God dang it. Everybody being wronged. Okay, ICE agents taking folks. This ain't no reparations talk. It's a damn lawsuit. File the lawsuit, not reparations. Now I gotta look up the damn definition of reparations. It's a lawsuit. Everybody want reparations now.
That's it. So, you know, what she should be doing right now is fight. This is what we say. People need to be fighting in our honor. Just like this woman and that the people over in Ghana and at that UN meeting, everybody need to be talking about giving FBA Americans reparations first. So we can set a precedence and then it could be a trickle down. She should not be up here advocating for illegal immigrants that have been affected by ICE, whether or not the kids are being put in cages or taken out of schools. Whatever trauma y'all think y'all going to don't amount to a day in the life of a slave. All y'all trauma put together don't amount to one day in the life. So y'all need to be up here saying, you know what? Y'all need to give black folks some money. And after y'all pay them, y'all need to think about paying us too. Everybody need to say that. Pay them. And after you pay them, then y'all need to think about paying us too.
I'm wrapping my mind around this. Folks, other races, other cultures, other people around the world, they are not going to feel bad for us, rightfully so, because they envy us. You can't feel bad for someone you envy, even if it's right. Like, again, I think they can't stand us because how we continue to stand strong. Like, y'all really don't need it. Y'all got Oprah and LeBron James. Y'all don't need no reparations. I truly believe that's how the rest of the world feels, because it's mind-numbing why they won't cut the check.
This representative
created and who are going
traumatized by ICE
need to be held account for the trauma that they have created and who are going to have some form of reparation for the kids and the families that have been traumatized through all of this.
Not the Black Americans that have been traumatized for over the last 450, 500 years in this country, or the ones that have been holding down the Democratic Party. No. When I tell you as Black Americans, you better stop taking your eyes off the prize, because you continue to make Democrats and everyone else out here think that we good. Black Americans is good, y'all. We need to focus on a whole new group of people here that have not even bought into this, paid into the system like we have. This is so disrespectful. Number one, who's going to pay for them reparations? Because it damn sure wouldn't be Black Americans paying reparations, the people who came here hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years after us and ain't been a slave nowhere up in here. Nowhere. We're the ones that was picking cotton for free. We're the ones that built this country for 400 years for free. We are the women that were being legally raped in this country for centuries. No one else. How damn disrespectful of you to even talk about reparations for anyone other than us. This is what I'm saying about Black folks. We got to stop. We are letting people disrespect our ancestors. For this lady.
And this is the greatest part. This is the part about delineation that makes the most sense, because you have to separate, because everybody gonna bundle us in and our fight is different. So we went through a whole different struggle, like she said, being raped, all right, being bred and farmed and hung and some more stuff. Y'all didn't go through that. So quit trying to jump the line. It's all about reparations. It's insulting. And people will say, well, why y'all worry about them and this and that? What if they give it to them? That's why we ain't got nothing to do with y'all. We fight for our own fight. We can't even sit here for one moment and acknowledge this ICE stuff. That's why I don't get involved with it. No, and this voting registration, all some of this stuff ain't our fight, because they won't ever fight for us, but they want us to continue to fight for them.
Hey, I truly believe they cannot wrap their minds around the horrors that we had to endure. If that, I believe and feel if they could, folks won't be talking like this so willy-nilly about reparations when it's so deep for us. I got to keep giving examples. It's my understanding that in Georgia, there is a piece of land, a patch of land where the most juiciest peaches grow, and they are off limits to anybody to touch them because it's acknowledged that that soil is fertilized via our ancestors. Come on, where some of y'all Georgia folks at? You can go around America and find landmarks where our people were slaughtered and buried. Shout out to Central Park, New York. Oh, yeah. Everywhere you go, everywhere. And that's why I truly believe on the more spiritual side, it's going to be right. I know what it looks like. Evildoers, an evil person will have short gain, little success. But I truly believe and have lived that karma is 100% undefeated. Just give it some time.
To even open up her mouth talking about reparations for anybody else in this damn country, she must be crazy. Where's Roland Martin? Where's Joyanne Reed? Where's Tamika Mallory? Where all y'all at? Y'all was so mad at Nicki Minaj, but you ain't got nothing to say about this woman saying immigrants deserve reparations before us. That's why I say it's fake outrage. Everyone should be mad as hell about this right here. I wish y'all would. You would never get another damn vote from me ever again. Have a good day.
Democrats are calling for reparations for undocumented immigrants. How ICE treated them, they said that they deserve reparations. If anybody deserves reparations in this country, Black Americans should be the first ones to receive reparations, and not just for slavery alone. There's been several Black American communities, successful Black American communities, that have been burned down, destroyed, and the land being distributed amongst white tea people that they enjoy until this day.
And there you go. So it's not, there we go. I'm glad he said that. Slavery is just the root of it all. We want compensated for every damn thing, not just slavery, Jim Crow, all right, redlining, bombing our cities, the crack, dropping the crack off that y'all acknowledge, COINTELPRO, y'all have acknowledged y'all done it, all right, the 94 crime bill, all this stuff. We won't pay for all of it because there's been one obstacle after the next because they simply don't want us to succeed. Even the minor successes that we do have, they turn their stomachs turn, especially the white folks that truly know history and they know what we come from and they see us in our greatness right now. There's probably white folks watching this YouTube right now. This some bull job, but y'all got to eat this. Y'all got to eat this greatness every day.
Amen. Because we ain't going to stop, can't stop. Shout out to the ancestors. Dozens of Black neighborhoods and towns were destroyed and depopulated in the U.S. between the Civil War and the 1940s due to racial violence, with estimates ranging from 14 to over 60 and sometimes over 100 cases of severe destruction. Tulsa, Rosewood, there's a bunch. Tulsa, Greenwood, Rosewood, Wilmington. Time and time again, we have done what those wicked Wall Street Republicans keep telling us to do. Pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. We didn't even have bootstraps to pull up. We was pulling ourselves up by burlap sack shoes. And we still got it done. We've been, what's that saying? We've been making something out of nothing for so long, we can make anything out of nothing. Okay, I'm kind of butchered that, but shout out to the person that said that. We can do anything. And again, back to the hate. They can't stand it. They keep saying, why are y'all still here? Why do our women and men continue to adore y'all? Y'all been impoverished. Y'all been in ghettos. Y'all have been psychologically used and abused. How do y'all continue to smile and make beautiful music?
Yes. And this even goes back to the video we played the other day with the white woman. You know, what's your interest? Y'all fight ain't our fight. So it's one thing to talk about, you know, the Black woman in America, but we don't want to hear Becky's point of view because it's coming from a tainted place. They need to worry about their own ish. We don't need them telling us about, we do a good enough job. I don't need to listen to Becky for ish.
There you go. Listen here. Shout out to anybody that want to be an ally. Be a bleeding heart and do what you do, how you do it. Yeah, but yeah, opinions and stuff. Yeah. Shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. She'll tell y'all.
Virginia, I want to say there's an island outside Virginia called White Man's Paradise. It's somewhere in that area where those white people ran black people out of the island and took their property and redistributed amongst other white people. Read that story. That is a terrifying story. So you have situations like that happened after slavery, where they literally took generational wealth from black Americans and redistributed amongst white T Americans. These lands, these property, these resources still exist until to this day, and white T people benefited off of those properties that they took from black Americans. So,
and even back in them times, that's another thing. You know, I love it when folks, it's a new thing when folks say, you know, black people need to do this and do that. Granted, we are going to clean up our own house from within. We don't need any outsiders that if we let you talk, that's one thing, but you need not, unless we ask you, you need to shut the hell up, because that's just the bottom line. I almost lost my train of thought. I'll let you go, Mr. Walker.
There you go. Again, I seen one video with the brother Godfrey. Like, y'all got to stop with y'all input if y'all don't acknowledge our strife, our pain. It's weird. It's awkward.
This because even when we was acting right, that's always a thing. That's why I don't want to hear white folks when that lady was saying, oh, black people wearing bonnets and on that, when the black and the white women were arguing on that stage, but your words mean nothing. Because even when we were married at an 80% rate, even when most of our people were going to church, even when most of the men were wearing suits and the women were dressed right, y'all treated us worse. So I don't want to hear white people say a damn thing. It means nothing. Don't y'all get it?
There you go. And that's a reason why some of these brothers and sisters rebel against dressing formal. I get it. Me too. I can't stand a daggone tie. For what? To be accepted? To be considered one of the good ones? That's just my point of view. But exactly. So hush up. You don't have reason to speak. Shout out to Farrakhan. He was talking to some news reporter, and the news reporter was trying to say that Africa was the most corrupt place on earth. And Farrakhan told him, you shut up. Don't you dare speak with all the blood America has on her hands, talking about the most corrupt regime. Hush up. Don't speak.
So we're not just talking about slavery, right? And Jaya Powell, she's from India. I want to say she's a first generation Indian in America. How dare you talk about immigrants, undocumented immigrants who came into this country with their will, free will. They crossed over into this country, undocumented, free will. They deserve reparations before black Americans. Why don't you address the caste system that's going on in India right now? Matter of fact, 3,000 years plus, the untouchables, how they discriminate against dark-skinned Indians, the untouchables, they lit. I think that the group is called They Lit. Why don't you fight against the systems in your own countries? Right? You come over here, you get these positions, and then all of a sudden, you're the voice for Americans. Like, make that make sense. But like I said before, if anybody deserves reparations in this country, black Americans is first up.
I don't know what that's about. All right. So, yeah. Nonetheless, it's a hot topic right now. We're going to drop this link here in a second. You know, we'll let some of y'all come up. I'm sure y'all got something to say.
Huh? Can we get reparations together? Huh? Or must we draw a hard line? Shout out to the sister Ebony Dean. You know, she's the only person I've, heard make sense out of it, because she done her homework. Salute to that sister. I see you say just got home. Hopefully you could come up, had a conversation. Brother No Contendo, definitely want to hear your point of view, huh? Let's hear different sides. Let's hear what everybody got to say, because I know y'all got something to say. Maybe if y'all come up.
There we go. Because as far as this topic go, we do got another topic we want to hit on tonight. But before we switch gears, we here. So there's the link. You must cam up if you want to come up, and we can talk about what we talked about so far before we change the subject a little bit.
There we go. So far, I've learned that Ghana had no intentions on us FBAs over here getting any money. I wonder what Dr. Umar would have to say about that. You know, he one of those guys, you know, Pan-African. You know, I wonder what he will have to say about Ghana not including us. That would be interesting. Welcome up, Sister Ebony.
Thank you. Thanks for dropping the link, guys. I was in my car in traffic trying to get home. I'm like, man, drop the link. And then I had all my stuff in position because I was waiting, but then the Wi-Fi was all janky. I was like, please, God, just let me get home.
So here we are. We've been talking about, you know, FBA versus everybody, who should get paid, why they should get paid, you know, because people just throwing this reparations around. Everybody wants it now. You know, where are you at with it?
Well, where I'm at with it is it just shows how much we influence the entire world, because people weren't even talking about anything reparations wise until we started redefining ourselves. We started naming ourselves and calling ourselves foundational Black Americans. We started delineated. And then all of a sudden, everybody out the woodworks is seeing that we got motion with our claims. Now, all of a sudden, everybody's trying to tackle onto it. And that is a big problem. The thing with the Ghanaian president who was trying to get reparations for us, first of all, that was just to acknowledge that it was a crime against humanity. There was no tangibles talked about. There was no money being talked about. There was no nothing. They were interested in getting their artifacts back, that where some of them actually was sold off. They got paid for some of those artifacts and some things were stolen, but let's be clear. They made deals with these people. So the fact that they lost their land, the fact that they let the Chinese come over there, take over their land and their resources, you know, tell me you got all them diamonds and gold over there. Let some FBAs find some diamonds and gold over in this country. Oh, we're like somebody in the chat was saying, we're going to get some little excavations and we're going to make something shake. So that's just kind of how our spirit is. But back to what I was saying about the Ghanaian president and stuff, they're just trying to tackle onto it. And all the people that were for reparations in that UN vote, it wasn't for us to get our tangibles. It was so that they can get a piece of it. And so we already knew that America wasn't going to acknowledge our claim. And it is what it is. We have a direct claim to the US government. We are going to talk to the US government about it. And then we can holler at, you know, those countries from the Ivory Coast. Then we can holler at all them other countries that may have been complicit. But right now, our stuff is with the US government.
Amen. I agree. 1,000. And we got some super chats here.
Shout out to Rachel. We appreciate your sister. She says the illegal immigrants voluntarily come over here. Knock it off. They should get nothing. Hey, they got lawsuits, not reparations. Relax.
Oh, man.
Appreciate you, no contender. Hopefully you come up, brother. Says both parties want Latino vote because they vote high numbers. See, what is this? What is this voting in numbers? Like, you know, like what is this? Somebody
got voting class. I mean, everything's a number game. So yeah, it's a new voting class. You talk about swinging elections, millions and millions of people. Yeah, so it's a huge thing.
Cut the check. These votes. Appreciate you, Sean Miller. Says, but they gave us Jesus. Why we need reparations? We just need to keep on believing, keep on hoping, keep praying, and we'll get our heaven when we perish. And my foot.
Fuck is you talking about?
How about that?
Appreciate you, brother Sean Miller. Says, and I was so being facetious. We know that.
Okay. So here we are, nonetheless. Welcome up, Rachad Media. How you feeling tonight, brother? What you got on the whole reparations talk, what we've been discussing tonight?
Hello, can y'all hear me? Am I okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Hey, Ebony, how you doing? So, you all covered a lot of stuff, man, and I was definitely sitting back here taking notes and not trying to get triggered because couple of things came out. You know, when they're talking about Ghana was addressing the UN, and they're proposing that they get reparations through those European countries. It's got nothing to do with the United States, so let's not conflate the two. Okay, Ghana is pointing at or expecting the Europeans to pay them reparations for slave trade because those European countries were their colonizers. All right. So the thing that I see that is that Ghana has representation approaching the UN. Those Ghanaian leaders and those African leaders are approaching the UN, speaking to that fact. Here in America, we don't have anybody on our side to approach the UN or even approach the US Congress with that single voice saying, this is what we want. Okay.
The NAACP, Richard?
That's a relic. There ain't nobody in there going to be fighting for me in the NAACP. That's an organization that has, in my opinion, I can't speak for everybody with my skin color, but that's the organization that has passed its prime. Okay. Name one thing they've done since the death of Martin Luther King.
I got nothing. I got nothing. They're like stagnant.
I mean, you can't, students, high school students, Black high school students in these urban environments can't even get a scholarship from the NAACP to go to college. Okay, they just can't do it. I've been through that whole process.
So let me ask you this: who should represent us then? Who do you think?
I don't know who's out there that's on our side, because we cannot rely on the Black caucus, because all those people that's my color are from some other country, or have relatives or their parents came from some other country. All right. So they don't have a buy-in. They don't have the lived experience of being in an urban environment, going to school, growing up, living in an urban environment, and has a history of generations of people in the urban environment or even in the rural environment of Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. They don't have that connection. So they cannot identify with our plight or our struggle. Okay? They just can't do it.
I would say part of it is we will have to unite up under one umbrella. Just like, I mean, Ghana is its own country, so there's unity. You know, they have a sovereign nation, so they can unite up under that umbrella.
Do we need to get like some paper signed? I've been thinking about this a lot. Like I said, we need to unify. Folks go around getting petitions signed. Do we need to start that? Like, I mean, seriously, like ground, like FBA sign petition, like, and start to get some things going, or has it already started? We got to, people keep saying we got to take this to whatever, the international courts. What are we going to take to the international courts?
Well, you want to say something, Ebony?
Well, I just was going to say that whoever we do get, it needs to be somebody who is from the lineage, like Rich High Media said. They need to be a full foundational Black American with no ties to any other country that can try to co-opt it or try to remix it or try to throw something in there in the bag for other people. And somebody that's going to focus on our claim only. And to be honest, we can take it to the, to the US courts or the United courts or whatever, but our claim is with the United States government. And we have a direct claim. We have a direct claim against this, this whole entire country, because the government is still intact. The same government that enslaved us is still around. And then we can double back and holler at those companies that made money off of us. Everybody's going to have to pay up, and it's going to come in steps, but it's going to start with that US government for sure. But whoever it is, they need to be from the lineage. We're not dealing with nobody with the complexion, with the wrong protection. We're not letting anybody slide in and try to get in on it. And even with No Contendo, bless your heart, No Contendo. I did put in the comments, I don't know if you saw it, but you need to watch Hidden Colors and you need to watch American Maroon to just kind of learn some of the things that can kind of catch you up to speed, for all the things that we know and the reasons why things were a little bit different for us. And I think it will help answer some of the questions that you have, because you do have a lot of them. And I see that you're seeking knowledge. I think that's a great start for you to take a look at those documentaries.
Amen.
Yeah. So, so That's a very good question, Gavin X, that you ask who to represent us. Yeah, there needs to be strong representation. And I think, what's her name? Rose's, what's her name? I forgot it. Raquel. She mentioned that it's easy. We need to get started politically and even at the local level. She mentioned about school board and city government, at the local level, because that we need a big voice, a voice that can rally people and stand up under one umbrella. See, right now we got all these different divergent groups going on and all these different messages coming out here. And, to create dissension, just like that woman, Jayapal, that's just a distraction. Okay. That's to get us all spun up and be reacting like that woman in the car talking about Miss Jayapal. So, the one thing I do know is that we need to understand that the more progress that we're making towards reparation, we're going to get resistance. And it's coming right now. We see it right now. But that's the only way you're making progress. It's like an airplane. When the airplane takes off, it's not the speed of the plane. It's the air current that is running against it that gives it lift, that makes it travel. Okay, because without that air current pushing against it, without that resistance, it would not make any progress. So we are making some progress. All right. And this is not a fast boat. All right. This is a big ship. Okay. A big ship can't make a short turn. So it's going to take time, but we need a voice and a committee to push this, but we can't get defocused on trying to go to the UN. What are we going to do at the UN? Huh?
They're saying it's an international crime.
No. It's an American crime. We got to start here in America.
I agree with that. Start here, and then we can go. But I agree. Start here where now let me ask, why start here?
This is where the crime took place, right here.
There you go.
So okay. One other thing I want to say, because that was a very good intro, Gavin X, when you went to that guy that at Florida, and he was talking about the sugar cane and whatnot, and I just want to say this, that my family's from Mississippi, and my mother, her family, and there were like 13 or 14 of them that my grandmother had. And she had to have those many kids because my grandmother was a sharecropper. She had to have those many kids because they had to go out and work the fields. And when the kids got older, they came north to the factories in Chicago, Gary, and Detroit, because the factories were much more alluring and paying more money than they was making out there in the fields. However, they were still sending money back home to my grandmother, all right, to support her, because I still talk to my uncle today. My uncles, believe it or not, are 2 and 4 years older than me. These are my mother's brothers, okay, and sisters. And I talked to my aunt just 2 weeks ago. But anyway, my uncle would tell me that, my grandmother was a sharecropper. They're out there in the field working every day, 6 days a week. Sunday was the time when they went to church to pray to white Jesus for redemption or whatever the hell they were praying for. I don't know, for their salvation. But anyway, there was 6 days a week, sun up to sundown, and they picked those fields and they work from March until October, only to find out that when they, as a sharecropper, the property owner is supposed to share the proceeds from what they sell, right? Okay, so they out there picking every day for 6 months, only for the sharecropper to tell them, "Oh, Miss Maggie, we didn't make that much this year. I can only come up with $200. All right, you see what I'm saying? So, so now my grandmother needs to take that $200 for those 6 months and make a meal. Granted, the house she was, well, not the house, the shotgun shack she was living in was on the sharecropper's property, plantation. Okay. So I don't think she was paying rent for that, but what she was paying for that was her to be out there in the fields. So whenever my mom and my aunts took the kids down to visit grandma, guess what we were doing?
Working.
I had a sack at 5 years old, picking cotton. I don't know how to pick cotton, picking pole beans, and what else were we picking?
Picking cotton at 5, and that plant tears your fingers up, don't it?
Man, you know, my aunts and uncles showed me what to do because they've been doing it for so long. And at the time, you know, they were like 10, 11, 12. You hear what I'm saying? My uncle that I speak to every day, he was driving a tractor at 12. You see what I'm saying? So, sharecropping and slavery is one and the same. They're one and the same. Instead of getting beat with a stick and a whip, they beating you economically. Because just like they said that guy said in that opening, even though they lived in this small town, Mississippi, and the money that they were being paid, they had to go buy stuff in town from the store. And guess who owned the stores? The plantation owner. You know?
Yeah.
So, hey, so anyway, we need somebody that's going to speak for us on a national level. All these other organizations out here are just distractions. Somehow we just all need to get together. We need to do what the Italians and the Irish do, right? Even though they don't like one another because of where they came from or whatever town they came from, but when it comes down to it, they're going to work together for the cause. So that's what we got to get to. We got to be able to set our differences aside and work together for the cause.
And that's a part of the psychological damage, OG Richai. That's that Willie Lynch, that separate. They want us to not unify. We separate each other by where we live, the different shades of our skin. If your mama black, your daddy white. It's very easy for us to separate one another. Welcome in, Sister Nice. Good to see you.
Hey Nice. Hey, I'm gonna say this last thing, Mr. Walker, and I'm gonna let other people speak. I can take you down to Mississippi right now. Whether I take you down to Belzona, Rolling Fork, Itabena, Trey Lake, Arcola, you're gonna find people down there, black people of various shades and complexions. We are not all brown down there.
There you go.
I'm gonna go on pause now. I mean mute.
Appreciate you, OG.
I'm gonna get you. You had something to say real quick, Ebony?
Oh, I was just going to say with Richai and if we adopt anything from the Italians, one thing I would say we could adopt is how, even with their crime families and all that and stuff, you couldn't be a made man unless you were a full-blooded
Sicilian.
Unless you were like a full-blooded from the mother country, because you will have a dual allegiance. And that is something that we can adopt as far as being a leader, as far as speaking for us, as far as going up, and speaking on our behalf. That is one thing that we can look into. And what you said about Raquel talking about doing things on a local level or whatever, in the Patreon, like it was last week or the week before, I put the Black Vote it's blackvotewatch.org, and you can type in your zip code and it gives you all the politicians in your city and in your state and their stance on laws and things for Black Americans, and if they are for or against some of the claims that we have, and they grade them on a scale of A to F. being that they are for some of the Black issues that we want in laws to get passed. So that's a great tool. I'm going to put it in the chat right now. BlackVoteWatch.org is an excellent tool.
Yeah. I wrote it down. I'm going to go to it. Thank you.
So there we go. She's going to put it in the chat as well. Make sure y'all check that out.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you, brother Sean Miller. Says, bro, Chai is correct. We need to unite like one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Knick knack, patty whack, give a dog a bone. 2000 party uptown, my bacon smelling fine. Money, 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 money. Oh, wow. Shout out to Rachel. She says in 2021, Biden administration wanted to give $450,000 per person to illegal immigrant families for the kids that were separated under Trump's first term. Republicans blocked it. Shout out to Chad Media and Ebony. Appreciate you, Rachel.
There we go.
Appreciate you, Evie Ray. Says there's no glazed galaxy in truth over lies.
So we appreciate you. Welcome up, Sister Nais. What you got here tonight?
Good to see you, sister.
Everyone, how's my sound?
Good.
I've been trying to come up for a while. I've been nervous. To the beautiful sister.
Come up. No need to be nervous. Rachel, come up.
To the beautiful sister Ebony. It's a pleasure, dear sister. And those other guys.
Yes. Yeah, it's good to see you, Nais. It's good to see you.
Good to see you also. Just, I don't know, one of the main issues I keep having when Mr. X keeps saying most of the people were here, but the biggest issue of the slave trade is that we were bought over from the continent. Now, a lot of us were settled once we were brought over here. We weren't all settled in America. We were settled in the Americas, but the majority of us were brought over, and initially they were trying to enslave the native Indian who was here, but their physical composition could not take the torture of the brutality. And then that's when they set out to bring so many of us because of our strength. And, we could, in essence, take so much without dying off, right? So that was like my main contention. And I love y'all, brothers. I came late to, your channel didn't come up on my YouTube stream for probably almost a year that y'all had already, or a year and a half or something. So I'm really late.
That's fine. We appreciate you being here. And
I was gonna say, look, I would say to each his own. Folks could believe whatever they want as far as that. I think we all came from some point because we migrated the globe. I don't believe we were brought over here on slave ships. Now, I believe we were traversing the globe, and there's monuments and statues everywhere, Mexico, South America, that are directly tied to statues in Africa, and you can compare these things. So we were traversing the globe and we were here, but as far as the bulk of us being brought over on a slave ship, I don't believe that.
But the transatlantic slave trade. So what did your thoughts on that?
Well, it's just a matter.
Let me help you out with that.
It's a teaching. So if you want to be indoctrinated with white man's teachings.
Listen, you have to think about it.
Ooh.
The numbers. How many ships do you think, and how often were those ships coming from that part of the world over here? How many ships for that many people to come over here? How many?
Oh, I would have to I wouldn't even try to. I wouldn't try to guess at that. But I do believe. But I will say, for the record, I will do more research. But for the record, I will say I believe the transatlantic slave trade. I believe that the majority of, I'm not saying that, Black people were all over all the lands of the earth. Okay, that's that's undoubtable, because you have the monuments, you have, I mean, just everything tells you, we told you we were here. Okay, so that I'm definitely not saying that the first time Black people were all over the earth was when white people came into Africa and started putting us on ships. Okay, so let me just make sure that I'm clear on making that clear. I'm not saying white people populated or the lands of the earth beginning with the slave trade. No, I know for a fact we were the first human beings all over the planet. We made the planet. So that's clear. What I'm saying in terms of specifically the slave trade, specifically that the bulk of us were brought over. Now we populated all over as well, because a lot of us didn't make it up to America. In fact, probably the smallest amount of us in the slave trade came up to America. The majority of us were dropped off in the earlier.
Caribbean.
Right.
In the Caribbean and South America.
So I don't know.
I would say my thing is, I don't think it's an absolute. I'm not sitting here saying there wasn't one slave here that came here on the boat. I'm sure there were. But for the most part, the most of people were here. They were being bred here, and it was a whole system. So to think that they were just populating all these people and millions of people were coming here on boats, that's not a truth at all.
Well, I think that them beginning to breed us, right? That became an intelligent, in quotes, way of saving money, because yes, once you realize all the death and the murder and the brutality and the financing of those ships, you realize at a certain point we don't have to go over there anymore. We can just do forced breeding. I mean, that's in the sense of the brutality, the murder. When you just, that's your bit, the slave trade. The mentality was brutality and murder, right? So in that mindset, yes, you say, oh, well, economically, we can save a lot of money. We don't have to make these ships anymore. We just breed them. Look at how they breed. And we'll get the strongest people on the face of the earth, naturally.
And there you go. Like I say, I'll let you get in here, Ebony. I know Mr. Walker got something. I think a lot of this, when it come down to this particular subject, depends on what you are willing to believe or not, and the amount of research you have done. That's all I can say on it. But I'll get you in. What you got, Ebony?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's documented that only like 3% of the Africans from the transatlantic slave trade actually made it into North America, and the rest went to South America and the Caribbean and to other countries. But there were many Black people that were, they were once classified as Native, and they actually got reclassified as Negro, because when the first settlers and stuff arrived on, in the Americas, they were like, these Indians or these Native Americans look just like the Ethiopians in Africa. So there were many Black people that were already here on this land. And what happened was they reclassified us as slaves, along with the 3% of the Africans that came over from the slave trade and the Native Americans. We kind of got all lumped in, that's how we had our ethnogenesis. So, yeah.
No, I didn't have much to say. I'm gonna let you go. No, Contendo. It's just in regards to what Sister Nai said. I saw a video. I think it was the Swiss. I think they have a display and exhibit over there of all the slave ships, and they broke down the numbers. They just did the math. What's that?
No. Go ahead. I want to hear this.
Yeah, they broke down the math, and it's my understanding they said it was impossible for us all to get shipped over here and had these numbers. I like what you said though, Sister Nice. I like your train of thought. It makes sense. Just breed us, and they did that. However, I'm gonna look more into it, but as of right now, I do stand to believe that a lot of us were here. What do you have, No Contendo?
Good evening, and thank you for having me. Good evening to everybody here. in regards to the reproduction, I was on PBS, one of their websites, and I believe it said for the cotton, tobacco, and there were a couple other crops that they were growing down there during the slave trade. I think they said they had at least 60, 66 to about 80 something odd % infant mortality rate is what they were calling. So I'm just trying to understand and gain some knowledge. Thank you guys for educating me, because we can all stand to learn something. I'm just trying to combine the fact that if we had the Trail of Tears, we had the this Indian Removal Act, right? And we pushed all these people out, the Native Americans out. Granted, what Ebony Dean just said, that does make sense, that you would have people that are reclassified and never really. I was not taught that in my high school. That's not something they're going to teach us in our high schools. I don't know what you guys went through, or were taught rather. But I'm just trying to. How do you have a 60+% infant mortality rate and keep those numbers? That's not sustainable for 300-400 years. I'm just trying to understand how that works. Sorry about that.
And so are you making the argument that you don't believe we all came over on slave ships as well? Is that your argument?
No, I actually think that we did, and that was my other point, because as big as I'm not saying it was the Spanish Armada, because those were warships, but it's safe to say that as big as the Spanish Armada was, they had other, what's the word I'm looking for? Similar boats, not similar, but related boats. They wouldn't be warships, but they might be mercantile ships, if you will. Right. So conversely, with to the Spanish, you had the Portuguese. They had a clash for some time, the Spanish and the Portuguese, right? And then you had the English ships. Then you had the Dutch, who were all in the Caribbean, right? Hence why you have Portuguese in South America, Portuguese in Brazil, Spanish in Colombia, Venezuela, and you can go all around. And they broke up South America as they saw fit between them two. And then Mexico speaking Spanish, right? So many boats came into the region. Mr. Gavin, you had shown the map of Africa. Again, I'm no expert. I'm not too sure if these dudes are going all the way down to Angola, because it's shipping human beings when they're chained to the pillars of the boat and they're standing in a pool of their own feces. Disease was rampant. The shortest time, it's like shipping mangoes in a truck, right? You're not trying to have them in there for 3 weeks, right? So Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone is what I heard. Raquel, Nisi, if y'all got anything on that to bring me up to speed, but I'm not too sure about Ghana, but I'm pretty sure Sierra Leone and Ivory Coast, being that it's a straight shot across. Brazil makes a lot of sense. Brazil, to my knowledge, has the highest concentration of Africans outside of the other hemisphere there, right? Also, when I was up here the last time, I mentioned the term Canaan land, Underground Railroad. They went up north. That goes to Nova Scotia. So that, from what I've been taught, is another high concentration of African people outside of the America, if you will. But I'll pass it off to somebody else. That's what I got. I say the boats played a role, a larger role, because between the Dutch, the Spanish, the Portuguese, there were more than enough boats. And if you got people dying off at a minimum 60% clip, how do you sustain that for 300 years? I pass it off.
Can I jump in real quick to answer Brother
Absolutely.
Richard, because I want to honor Brother Richard, because he gonna challenge you. So thanks to Google, approximately 35,000 to 54,000 slave ships made the transatlantic voyage between the 16th and 19th centuries, transporting over 12.5 million enslaved Americans to the Americas. So I also just want to add, now, when I'm reading these numbers, I'm sure that these numbers are so far off, right? We know these people absolutely bought numbers that they will not divulge in the reality.
What is it? What's off? What, the voyages or the number of passengers?
No, this is the ships. It said
Yeah, the ships.
35.
You got 54 voyages. That's ships. 54
No,
voyages.
no, I said approximately 35,000. Not I said, what I read, excuse me. Approximately 35,000 to 54,000 slave ships.
Voyages.
I believe that was what Brother Richai asked me earlier.
I think it was voyage. I looked up the same information, Nice. It was 54,000 voyages. And I think it was 15.5 million slaves, which that's going to put 277 slaves per ship. That's what I got. I've been looking at.
Listen, I'll say, if you believe that information, I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you.
Well, I already, I qualified that I am sure that the numbers are always way lower. I'm sure if the numbers are lower, and really, I believe that's why the argument of reparations is so volatile, because you cannot pay us.
Well, the thing is, the people that are responsible for paying us are also the same people that are giving you this information. We must understand that. That's why.
Yeah, but are you hearing me when I'm saying that I don't believe that these numbers are to the T and that they're exact? I'm not eating the cheese. What are you saying? Easy 1,000 persons per ship.
Like I said, I got a bridge in Brooklyn. I'll get you at Ebony, then we go get EV. What you got?
No. So here, 10 to 15,000 is what they're estimating. That's a rough estimate that participated in the transatlantic slave trade. All right. Now, that's a number that they estimated. All those ships didn't make it across the ocean. A lot of them were destroyed. Many people drowned, lost their lives.
I agree.
Okay. All right. Now, so those ships, when they came to the Western Hemisphere, they went to the closest port or closest land entry, because America was too far up north.
I agree.
All right. And yes, Angola was part of the slave trade, young man. Okay. I got it on the map here. So, if you ever go on a cruise ship, Royal Caribbean, and they go to the Caribbean islands, and Carousel is one of the islands that's on route, you need to get off the boat and look at the museum in Carousel. Have you ever heard of this guy named Sinkyu? Anybody heard of this guy Sinkyu?
No, sir.
All right, so he was he started a revolt in one of the Caribbean islands. I think it was in Carousel or one of the Caribbean islands. This is early on in the slave, even before what they did in Haiti and whatnot. So, but I'm losing the point. But Carousel, so the Caribbean islands is where they first went. Okay, all those islands. Okay, all of them. There's an island called Dominica that's there's nothing but black. All right, and they grew sugar and something else, oil and something else they have. But my point is that the first stop was the Caribbean islands. And that's where they were assimilated and indoctrinated. Okay, because those places had sugarcane, they had vegetables, they had fruit. And then when the American colonies came up, we're talking 17 something, right? Then they started to they started to capture the blacks that were here, the indigenous people that were here, and mix them in with those people from the islands. Okay. So, they estimated about 10 to 15,000, but that's an estimate based on, like Gavin X said, the colonizer who's giving us the information, and I don't believe there's 1,000 slaves on a ship. The ships weren't that damn big. Okay, come on. How many people on a cruise ship? How many people you get on a Carnival cruise ship?
The smallest cruise ship I got like 3,500. But so there we go.
And that includes the staff too, right?
Yep. So we can make the argument that they weren't seated comfortably like you're gonna be on a cruise ship, so they were cramped together. So then back to
They were
that.
stacked. They were stacked like wine racks.
You were stacked, but how long?
That there was
How long do you think it like
on
these,
those boats? They weren't that big.
They weren't that big, and I've seen the illustrations of how we were stacked on each other.
Yes, like sardines, like wine racks.
Okay, but how believable is that if you try to place yourself in that situation? You stacked on top of each other, and
that's why the mortality rate was so high.
Okay, that's a yes, extremely high. Some say even impossible. I choose not to believe a lot of us came on slave ships. We didn't make it. Like I said, the latest science I saw said the rust from the chains would have asphyxiated us. The waste, the virus, the disease. It's just too much. I'm personally not buying it.
And some of those slaves committed suicide because
a lot of them.
Right there on the
A
ship.
lot.
All right. So come on. We're playing around.
Yeah. I'm sorry, for me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. These were not Tom Joyner cruise ships coming over to the Americas and to the South America and to North America and all that, and the Caribbean. These were, we're talking, in the early 16, 17, 1800s or whatever. These were not like commercialized ships. And so, like I said before, it was 3%. The majority of them went to the Caribbean and went to South America. There were already Black people on this land in the Americas. As a matter of fact, when the Spanish and the Portuguese came over to America, they actually brought more slaves who were actually free, but they could translate because they knew how to talk to the Blacks that were actually here. They all shared the same dialect and everything. They needed the Moors to come over to translate with the Black people, our ancestors who were already here. And so that is a known fact. No contendo again. The questions that you're searching and you're asking for, we all were taught the BS in our high schools, but we had to seek this knowledge out from our families, like I told you, and doing our own research and learning about it on our own. But check out Hidden Colors and check out The American Maroon. I think a lot of the things that you were taught is going to be eye-opening for you because it just simply wasn't true. And there's a lot of evidence to back that up. So I think we should just, we can talk about the Caribbean and all the things that went on in the Caribbean and stuff, but our focus is kind of what's going on here. And maybe when we can get to that point with the slaves and our reparations claims and all that, we can circle back and we can go to Brazil and talk about the Caribbean and all that. But yeah, things were just different here on this land in the Americas with the slaves because we were already on this land.
Yes, ma'am. I do acknowledge that you had the Iroquois, you had the Chippewa, and many other Bear Clan, what have you. They were all here, so I will not argue that fact. Yeah, I'm just trying to have understanding as to the Indian Removal Act, and Mr. Rakai, if you got something on this, by all means, please. How the Indians were moved out, right? Trail of Tears. The term the cloche because they hold a knife to your neck. Do you believe in God and whatnot? So if you said the wrong thing, that's what I was taught. It could be wrong. Again, that's the American school system. It's taught to keep us confused, right? So I'm here with open.
Hey, let me interrupt you for a moment, young man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna let EV talk. Here in America, the school system is not designed to educate you. It's about indoctrination and assimilation. Indoctrination and assimilation. That's why they drill in you American history, who the presidents were. All this BS has nothing to do with my people. The American school system is focused on not on educating you, but indoctrination and assimilation. I'm done.
You know, shout out to Brother Rachad. Exactly. Our education system here, brother, is so wicked. You know who are the books in our school is written by McGraw-Hill. McGraw-Hill is owned primarily via BlackRock. BlackRock is heavily associated by the tunes of billions of dollars to folks heavily involved with the X-Files. That's our education system. Those folks, they are signing off on what is being sent to us. So anything we hear about the Trail of Tears, they decide what we hear, what we read, what we take in. And that's the scary part. That's why I don't fault anybody for their thoughts, beliefs, outlooks on this, because we all a bit confused. So, but I still like to hear everybody's point of view. Shout out to Project Leroy, got his ruler out. He says the unity talk is done. Nobody our skin color in Congress has passed any laws today in regarding anti-black hate crime laws at all. Reparations for FBAs and denying FBA patients in our hospitals. Vote them out for selling us out. Hey, you brother, Project Leroy.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Go ahead, real quick, brother. I gotta get through these. What you got?
Yeah, I was gonna say Tim Scott. He voted against the No Chokehold Act, was it? And he was the vote that killed it, if I'm not mistaken. Tim Scott.
Okay.
Appreciate you, Project Leroy. Says we don't need unity from these off-code folks within and from other countries representing themselves and the investments of white mommy and zaddy. I don't care. Shout out to Ghana. Appreciate you, Tabitha. Good to see you. Says, please take a trip to San Diego and visit the Casa del Rey Moro African Latin Museum. We come from greatness, not slavery. Amen. That's acknowledged. Yeah, our story don't start with slavery. Acknowledged. Appreciate you, Sister Tabitha. Says our history is written within multiple languages all over the world. That is why we like knowledge here in the U.S. Understood. Appreciate you, Rachel. Says FYI, JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Citigroup, all were started on slavery money. And many Ivy League schools were started with slavery money too. Yes, they still own the debt to Haiti. Chase does. Appreciate you, Rachel. Says shout out No Contendo is right. Brazil took the most slaves from the transatlantic slave trade between 1533 and 1860s.
And that's another thing. I think people be so much prisoners of the moment. They think like slavery started when it ended in the 1800s sometime. This stuff was going on in the 1400s. We talk long time ago. All right. They weren't sailing here on them ships like y'all think.
Appreciate you, Rachel. Says, don't forget, black people were thrown off ships so much the sharks changed their course and follow ships. They still follow that same course to this day. That's where during Shark Week. That's where they are going on that trail because they still follow, looking for supple black flesh. My goodness.
Cool.
Appreciate you, Rachel. Says, Mr. Walker, did you see the other documentary on Netflix called Descendants of the Clotilda Ship? Nope. I screenshotted it though.
Well, there we go. Shout out to Rachel.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
I want to get Brother EV in. I know you've been patiently waiting. Welcome up.
Yeah, man. I know I'm late, Ninja. I know. And when I saw this, I was like, I thought about Ebony. And I said, oh, man, I can't wait to get on because she's been talking about reparations. And look at it. They played in our face. Now, we can historically, I think we can historically confuse ourselves so many times into where everybody will say they are going to need reparations. You follow what I'm saying? And so with that being said, it's like, unless you came over on a boat, and I know some people in the chat say, oh, well, we didn't come over on boats. Unless you have pretty much like the Italians. Let me go back to that for a second, because I saw that earlier. The Italians, to be, I guess, to be considered, full-blooded, you had to have 100% blood from the old country. So you just couldn't be mixed with something else, or you could be mixed with Irish and that kind of thing. So that's how they considered it. So the FBAs, I think, should be considered the same way. You have to have 100% African blood, period. None from any other countries, and that's how it gets diluted. All of that stuff kind of gets diluted when you start including everybody else. Much like now, Congresswoman
You think
Jayapal,
that should be the basis? You should have 100% African blood.
you should be tied to you should be descendants of African slaves.
I don't think none of us got 100% African blood up here.
Well, I think we all don't have 100% African blood, but I guess my point is it has to be traced back to Africa.
And here's the thing, though. I think we need to focus on these 4 million people that were released and their descendants. You know what I mean? We can't keep going back to Ghana and Brazil. You know, there's tangible things we can all trace our lineage back to a certain point. Right. I think we need to focus on that first before we be like, hey, you know, start going down too many rabbit holes.
Well, we got some African blood, but the reparations to make it easy should be descendants of slaves. So however you got here, if you're a descendant of slaves, then that qualifies as reparations. So with that being said, there are a lot of people who can claim whatever they want to claim, but they have no ties to slavery. I mean, you know, the ancestors didn't have any ties to slavery. So why are they entitled to reparations, i.e., Joy Reid and Roland Martin? So you get all those people put into the mix, and those people, you know, they begin to believe, well, we need reparations too. To be so brazen, you got people now from Somalia saying that that they're supposed to have reparations. You know, that's the part that really kills me, because you have a party that tells you that they're all for black people, they're all for black people, they're all for our people, but yet they go cape for those reparations. She didn't say a study. She didn't say, let's go take a look at if we can get, you know, if we can see if it's feasible or not. She's saying, no, they definitely need it, and we need to bring them to me or to us to make sure that they and put them on trial. No one cares for the black community that way, and that's my problem. And I think this is so rich to me, because, you know, when you see people blatantly playing in your face and you make a excuse for that, then you're really sure how stupid you are. You know, then it always ties back to the indoctrination, going back to the indoctrination piece. You're indoctrinated through your television every day. You're indoctrinated through some of the stuff you see on these reels, because you look at it as reality, and it's not reality. And so, but this right here is reality. In the words of Leon King, this right here, this is reality, because they are caping hard for a group of people who have zero ties to the United States, who have already said they're not black. They have no ties to black people. And then the last part, you know, our reparations is tied up in their billions. If you really think about it, your reparations, what we're talking about right now, what we think we should have, they got it. They just got that. I mean, how much was it? Was it $20 billion? They got it in Minneapolis, and I think more than that. And I think it's some in LA. So they're getting all our reparations. So that's why I say I think blacks need to really sit this out. And I think it's what we do from here. And I think our people, and you know, just like Project Leroy just said, we don't need to be, you know, trying to be one and unify and do all this other stuff with these people. We need to really stand on our own square, and, you know, not be on the right or the left. We need to be on a black. We need to be B1.
There we go. And I got a quick question. I just wanted to, do most people believe that Africa is the cradle of civilization, if you will? You know, most black folks come from Africa at some point. Is that a theory?
Well, it's as of today, it's scientific, you know, it's scientific fact. Is any DNA test you take, it has a disclaimer saying that it is documented that every human has DNA tracing back to a woman in Africa.
So that was my thing, is we're not sitting up here arguing the fact of nobody ever came here from somewhere else at some point in time. It's just a matter of pinpointing the moments in time and not be lied to about some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it sounds like you're making this point that the transatlantic slave trade numbers are not, they're actually, say that again? I didn't hear you.
They're not accurate?
No, not just not accurate, but that they're like much less. Like
they're inflated. The document numbers are inflated.
And then it sounds to me like you're making this point that, okay, well, no, the majority of those of us who were brought into, and specifically chattel, right? I don't know if we need to rework that word, chattel, chattel, slavery. That we really weren't stolen from the continent for chattel slavery, but we really were bought up from the lower Americas. Is that like the foundational point that is being
I wouldn't say brought up from the South. We were just already here, and just how the colonizer went to every other place.
The Americas, right?
Yeah, in the Americas, yes, in the Americas he came and enslaved. However he arrived here, whenever, however, we were here, and folks were enslaved.
So the Caribbean islands are considered the Americas. Okay, they call them the West Indies or whatever the hell that they called them. But anyway, and then South America is part of the Americas, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. Now,
which America is a made up name, right? So we understand
North America is the continent.
So we're not calling those lands originally the Americas. We're calling them the Americas because that's in these last whatever 100 years we've been told that they're the Americas. But we know that these lands were not called the Americas by the original people.
Long time ago, no.
Okay.
So Western Hemisphere, modern world, whenever that began,
okay,
it's Western Hemisphere is the Americas.
Okay.
Just like over there on the Eastern Hemisphere, they have Europe and they have whatever else they got over there, right? But here on this side of the world, it's the Americas. You got North America,
okay,
you got Central America, and you have South America, right?
Okay.
It's the Americas.
Okay.
So getting back to what you were asking, though, that here in North America, especially within the southern states, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, parts of Arkansas, there were indigenous people, and sometimes they call them Indians. And these indigenous people, or even in Virginia, they looked like us, same complexion. Some of those people were free, and some of those people were captured. And they were captured and placed into slavery. Just like what they do today when they clean the streets up in Chicago and send a bunch of brothers to Cook County Jail.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Same thing.
So I'm looking this up, Sister Nice. I like your question. Like I looked up what was the United States called before it was the U.S. The central part of the U.S., the Great Plains, was the colony of Louisiana, and California and New Mexico, all that down there was pretty much unclaimed.
Look up Turtle Island.
Look
up
a lot of stuff was unclaimed or unorganized territory. Pennsylvania was established. So yeah, it was a lot of unclaimed territory. This is from 1789 to 1789. A lot of unclaimed territory. That's what they're saying.
Before the states were formed.
Well, they were unclaimed from the WY. Not unclaimed by original people.
Yeah, exactly. We were here, but history is his.
I'm not disputing that the original people were not all over all of the lands.
But they didn't have any paperwork on it.
What I am not agreeing with is this notion or this idea or this thought. Let me say it like that. This thought that the majority of us who were brought into chattel slavery were not actually brought over here from the continent.
What was that? So you
continent and particular parts of the mother continent as well, because we weren't bought from all over, right? Because that's, you know, we weren't bought from all over, even from there. They're the strongest of us were scientifically brought over here because of the brutality, first of all, just being able to be brought over here and all of that. So I will, you know.
What happened?
I can't go on, but I won't do that.
What happened?
I said I can go on, but I will not do that.
Okay.
Well, I will say this. I'll get you back in, Ebony. I know you got something. I mean, sure, there were people brought here. I don't want people to be like, hey, nobody was brought here. But I mean, what number are you thinking? What's the number that you got back in 1450 something versus the number of people, the 4 million people that were allegedly released in 1865?
Where are you getting 4 million people released?
That's what white man says.
Right. Okay. So this is the thing, right? This is the thing. The only way to know that number is you got to be God. Come on now. That's the only way. Even the people who were doing this to us at that time, they didn't have ways of calculating how many of us they were still including the children.
Well, I think my thing is, I think it takes very little. It takes very little people to come here on the ship to mix with the people you already got here, and they just started breeding people over centuries. Like the breeding tactics.
It takes very little, because I like to understand, and I'm
dyslexic
and I'm a little slow.
It don't take millions of people to come over here on the ship. Like they're saying, maybe take a few thousand, mixed with the people that were already here. And over these centuries, from the 1400, 1500, 16, 17, 18, you are talking about breeding going on all along to get the numbers up. And that's just what it was, just like a chicken farm or anything else you see.
So what you're saying then is a theoretical denial in your mind. It's theoretical that there's no way that these hundreds of millions of people that we're told about that could have possibly have happened. So you're disputing that there were hundreds of or whatever the numbers were, that there were you're saying I just don't believe that.
No, there wasn't hundreds of millions of people here. No. But my thing is,
no, not here. No, I didn't say here. I said bought over.
No, but my thing is, how much territory do we think they were actually working with when they got here? We see America as it is today, all 50 states. When they were getting here, they weren't using that much territory. They started exploring more and more and taking over more stuff. But it all started in more central areas, Florida and some of these places, South Carolina. And it wasn't as many people as you think.
Well, it started actually what Brother Richai said in the Americas,
Virginia, and all these places.
America. So we weren't even bought up here when we were first bought over. We were bought in the and then bought up and bought up.
But I thought a lot of us didn't make it. I thought a lot of us still didn't make it. So how is it hundreds of thousands of people
talking about the ones of us that made it, dear?
Yeah, but you said
I can only be talking about the ones of us that made it, right?
Which wasn't that many.
Max, what does it matter? So here we go. So the debate right now is how many of us were already here? How many of us came over on ships? What does?
Well, because they're trying to make it seem that this was an empty land and nobody had claim to it. So when we do get into these reparations, they further muddy the water. Well, hold on, you further muddy the water. These people come from all over.
So you could talk.
Oh, hold on, can you hear me talking nice? These people are from all over. They coming from Mexico, and it's just a hodgepodge. Like, this is an immigration place. Everybody immigrated here, so they can always claim, white folks can claim they found it. So it goes down a rabbit hole.
And there, here we go. We don't know. Shout out to Nice. We don't know how many of us were here. We don't know how many came over on ships. I believe you'll be a fool to believe anything you read in history because it's his story, the conqueror's story. But never did that go unless, you know, when I just pulled up this map and realized that history says that the vast majority of North America was unclaimed territory. That's what unclaimed territory. That's why they came in and wiped the natives out. They said, ain't nobody claiming this. Y'all ain't building no buildings. Y'all out here living amongst the land like savages. And they said, we claiming it since ain't nobody using it. So yeah, I don't believe too much of it. But like you said, whatever, at this point, it seems to be clear. Whatever you believe is a choice, because you can go off of what you read, and we already know that's tainted, or you can go off what you feel. I don't know.
And there's real data. I'll get Ebony in, and we'll get you in. No, Contendo.
Yeah, well, the good thing about the records here in America, you could have came from the Caribbeans or whatever, but things are documented because we were actually property. So we can pull up our birth certificates and the slave records and the war records and all that. And so we can trace our lineage back. As long as you were in this country and you were a slave, we are able to trace our lineage back. I think right now we've been able to trace my one of my sides of my family back to the late 1700s. So, and we keep doing it. So I don't know how it is in Jamaica with no Contendo or some of these African countries. I don't know how they keep records, but I do know in this country, they kept records. And if you are able to look up your lineage and you do those searches and everything, you will be able to find out if you were a part of slavery and a part of this claim. We're talking about United States slavery. We're not talking about all of the Americas. We are talking about the United States, and the land is the land, whether it was occupied or not. We got pushed out into Oklahoma and all these, we were pushed out everywhere. So this land is a part of this country. And depending on where you came from, if you were in this country, it's going to be documented. And that is how you will be a part of the reparations claim.
There you go. Shout out to Ebony Dean. Via me, my wife, primarily my wife, we was able to trace my lineage back on my mom's side back to a great grandparent back in the 1876. So yeah, it's definitely possible, because I was like, holy cow. So, and that makes sense though, be able to trace your lineage back. The only thing I guess I agree with it. I didn't think I was going to be able to do it. So that's why I had some, I was concerned, like, man, what if you can't do it? But like you said, Sister Ebony, these resources are out there. We just have to care enough to look for them, find them. And this is right now, this is getting our paperwork in order, tracing our lineage so we can prove, hey, we didn't just show up here as of recently. My great-great-grand folks been here. They built this land. They picked the cotton. They tilled the soil, cut the check. That's where we are today, and I agree with it.
Yeah, and for anyone else, if you came from the Caribbean and South America and all that, holler at CARICOM, holler out to those mother countries that enslaved you, and file your claims. But this doesn't have anything to do with, yes, we were all enslaved, but you need to holler at, this is going to be an individual thing, holler at those countries. The difference with us is that we didn't sign any treaties or any plea deals or anything. We didn't get any money for none of this stuff. That's the difference. Britain and Spain, and they didn't give us any money for anything. We fought for everything that we had, and we didn't get anything in return. That's the difference between our claim and the claims from the Caribbean and from South America and all these other countries. We never signed any deals with these people, and that's why they owe. And another thing is because our U.S. government that enslaved us is still here to this day. A lot of the governments and stuff broke up. Those African governments and all that, there are no more. I'm not sure about the Caribbeans and all that, but the U.S. government, that's the government that enslaved us, and that's why we still have the claim.
Here we go. So What you got, no contendo?
All right, my one of my questions, and Mr. Rec, if you could help me out with this if possible, please. Do we have an idea as to maybe a close estimate of how many Native Americans were killed?
No.
So who you asking that question to?
Yourself and or Mr. Walker.
Okay, I tell you what, this is what you and I need to do. Let's not try to take up time here in this conversation. Just put your email in the chat. I'll send you an invite and we can do a one-on-one.
All right.
I'll send you an invite. Is it okay, Gavin X?
Yeah, because I agree with you. Because, like I said, we can't go down too many rabbit holes here tonight. Some of this stuff, got to be on the topic, if you will.
But
Yeah,
good
and-
questions. Good questions.
And
I'll
no,
probably come down to your channel. Sorry, go ahead, madam. Go ahead.
No contender. I was going to say that American Maroon documentary that I told you about, American Maroon, is going to answer a lot of the questions that you have, and then that will kind of catch you up on some of the things that you're asking. But those documentaries are super, super helpful.
Thank you. I something that slipped my mind earlier. I was going to ask when the whole planet was Pangea, everything was clumped together. Africa was linked up with Brazil. You had Europe. And
Dude, stop.
Go ahead.
Let's have a conversation, okay? We're not going down that rabbit hole in this.
Pangea.
Dialogue
Yeah, that's
here, okay?
listen. I'm
gonna send you an invite. Get my email, and we'll do an invite, and we can talk about it tomorrow.
All right, I'm not in the chat. I'd have to exit out of this. So if you leave
There's
there,
a private chat. There's a private chat on here. If you look,
Oh, my bad.
It's private chat. Put it in there.
My bad. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna get to that. I just want to get this thing before it slips out of my head. And because Mr. Walker and Gavin, they were talking about that they were already natives here, right? And again, Ebony, you're probably going to tell me it's in the documentary, but I was going to ask. We know that people walked out from the original land, from where Mary, the original mother of civilization, was. So many people were only able to get so far. But is it safe to say, and again, Ebony, you're probably going to tell me this in the documentary, that people left this region and then went to what is now North America? And if so, how many? Go ahead.
You mean coming out of Africa?
And walking over when the continents were all joined up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have that number, but I know that people, they migrated, they spread out, they went over to Asia, they went over to Europe, they went over to the Americas. And so I don't have the number, but it happened. And I don't know how long it took, but this was for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And there's evidence of, they dug up burials and found that these people were actually indeed from Africa, but they were living in the Americas for thousands of years ago. So it's documented. I don't have the exact number. I don't, but I'll be more than happy to look it up and let you know. But it all happened. That's why there's Black people in Asia. That's why there's Black people in Europe. That's why there's Black people in Africa and all over Australia, everywhere. We're everywhere because we drifted off, and that's what we did. We did not come all on slave ships.
I wanted to ask him a question real quick, just the brass tacks of it. No contendo, do you think FBA Americans deserve reparations or not? That's kind of the crux of it. Where's your stance on it? Do we deserve reparations?
Absolutely.
Who deserves it? Do you think you and people from Jamaica deserve it as well?
My parents are from Jamaica, man. Y'all trying to put that on me? Like,
okay, all right, granted. Do you think other people deserve it besides us?
Based on the conversations that myself, and the rest of the panel had,
let's be that clear. Even you yourself, do you think you deserve it?
If I'm not what you guys consider a foundation American and I don't have blood ties, then I would not. What Ebony Dean said earlier, and or someone else said earlier in the chat, makes a lot of sense. and based on the fact that the Caribbean has looked back to the British colony and said, "Hey, you guys got to straighten up," then that makes sense. So because you guys have made your argument based on facts, not opinions, I can say yes, it makes sense that for if I lived in Angola or if I lived in Botswana, I should not be looking at the American government for reparations. If I was born in Botswana, if I immigrated from Botswana or Uganda, came over to America, no, I would not qualify. I would then have to go back to the UK, Germany, or whomever. Because sorry, that's another one that's involved. Germany, France, gosh, Germany, France, King Leopold. King Leopold is from Belgium. So Belgium got up in the mix too. So there's a lot of nations, and then that's why you have so many people that abstain to vote out of Europe. So there's probably more than Belgium, France, Germany. Go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead. I'm just trying to see where we're going. So you saying you don't believe you were born in America, correct?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. But you were raised. All right, granted. So if you was born in America, do you think you would deserve reparations?
Ooh. Well, that all depends as of 10:30 tomorrow morning, because Trump's gonna.
No. Yes or no question, dude. If you were born in America, do you think you would be part of this conversation?
If I was,
if you was born here
not.
and you had to live here all your life, would you deserve reparation?
Okay, now if my parents were still immigrants, but I'm born in the U.S., so I'd have U.S. citizenship.
The answer is no.
What do you think? What do you think? You've been here. You get pulled over by the cops. You got to deal with all the stuff we got to deal with. Do you deserve reparations?
You don't want to say.
Ruck just said no. No, Dr. Ruck just said no.
Dude,
I was
a child. What do you believe? Do you believe you?
Okay.
He won't say yeah.
If I'm born in the U.S., that makes me a U.S. citizen. If my parents are not from the U.S., I'm still a U.S. That's like me being a Latino coming over from Paraguay, what have you. I would still be a U.S. citizen. I think I would. It's hard to say.
Would you be foundationally black?
No.
I don't think I'd classify. No, I'd be a U.S. citizen, but I wouldn't be a foundational black.
Well, do all U.S. citizens qualify for reparations, or the black ones? That's what I'm saying. What would make you qualify then?
It'd be based on lineage.
So no contendo. Can you trace your lineage back to Jamaica to like the 1700s and the 1600s? Do y'all have records like that down there?
Yes, I would imagine. Yeah, I know I can trace back to my grandfather and my grandmother, or excuse me, great-grandmother, great-grandmother and great-grandfather. So that's going way back.
Yeah, so those Jamaican records wouldn't work up here for our lineage claim, because that will take you back to your mother country, your parents' mother country, because it's based on your parents. It's not about you being anchored here or you came over here as a baby. It is.
Are you calling me an anchor baby?
No, I didn't call you an anchor baby. I said you were anchored here.
I know. I'm teasing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, some may call that being an anchor baby or whatever, but your lineage will take you back to Jamaica. And so those Jamaican birth records and those Jamaican war records and those Jamaican records are not going to work when we go to our reparations office up here. The stamps.
I'm not asking.
Oh, yeah. The flags will be different. All that will be different. And so that is something that you would have to take to the UK or to CARICOM, and they will take care of your reparations.
I'm not asking.
Oh, okay.
I'm not asking.
Okay.
I tell you what, I had to look some up because I haven't heard Pangea since like grade school. But just right quick, a show of hands on here. How many of y'all think Pangea exists? Put a hand up if you think
it exists. Absolutely existed.
I looked it up, and yes, and it did exist. So at 300 million years ago, all land masses on Earth were connected. This is accepted as a scientific truth. Does that muddy the waters? At one point, we were all one big land.
Please. So no contendo. Put your email in the private chat. At the top on the right side, it says private chat, comments, and recording. Click the private chat. Yeah. Put your email in there, and
but
you see my email.
Appreciate your OG Richard coming through like you do. Says Turtle Island is an indigenous name for North America, used in the creation, stories, and cultural traditions of several Native American peoples. Appreciate you, OG. Appreciate you, Uncle C's. Says, I'm done. With respect, my family arrived in Valdosta, Georgia in the hull of a slave ship from Germany in 1768. It took generations to gather the records. So respect, OG. Most definitely respect.
And sees, even with that, look how he said that his family came from a slave ship from Germany in 1768. They were enslaved here. They would still be qualified for for reparations because it's before the 1870 census. So see how that works? So you got to go back and get your paperwork in order. People are coming from all different areas, but it's about that 1870 census and before. That's what's going to matter.
I'm not asking.
No.
You ain't saying no either.
In general, I'm just talking about in general.
I'm not asking. I don't want reparations.
You ain't rejecting either. You ain't said no. You ain't said I don't want any.
Exactly.
No.
So there you go. Shout out to Uncle C's. And that goes to our greater point we were saying. It's not an absolute thing. Like there were people that came here. That's definitely a fact.
Right.
For sure.
Money.
We appreciate you, Mr. Clay. Come through the Timbal. Says, is it smarter to capture the people who know how to nurture land or go to another place? Capture those people, bring them to America and have them develop the land. It's easier for the first one, but we acknowledge that both happened. Well, see, understand. So we're not saying nobody came here on the ship. That definitely happened. We just don't believe everything the conqueror is telling us. We got questions and we don't have a lot of answers.
And there you go. And that's kind of what he hitting on. Like there was people here. They knew how to farm the land and deal with the elements and all that type of stuff. I mean, folks that didn't come from Africa wind up in, Virginia somewhere and be like, oh yeah, I know. Let's plant some corn over here. Let's do this. I know all about this. I know about these cold winters.
There you go. Yes. We looking at this from a realistic point of view. And shout out to Sister Naya. Yeah, we hear you, girl. We heard you.
What you got? So here we go. We're gonna start getting final thoughts. We get you in, Nice. What you got?
Well, just to that point, right? When our enslavers, they were so brutal. They killed off so many millions of the people who were already here who could not take it. That's where the notion came, getting and bringing the strongest people on the planet. And that's how we got here. Because we were the strongest people on the planet that could take the brutal, the brutality of chattel slavery. It wasn't like the slavery of, with kings and having slaves and the whatever, and us enslaving one another. The brutality of that's what makes it all. That's what makes it its own entity. And that is the specific reason why we are the only people who are not being just given and acknowledged for what was done to us, because technically you can't pay us back for what was the murder, the brutality of chattel slave. It is so of its own peculiar crime on humanity and a specific people that is why they don't want to acknowledge it and do any, because they know technically they can't pay us back for what they did to us.
Well, can I chime in? Is it okay? Okay. Well, they can pay us for the money that is owed to us, and we're asking for starting at $20 trillion. And as time goes by, it's going to keep going up and up. They do have the money. If you have money for all these wars and all these things, you're giving money to all these immigrants and everything, the money is there, and they owe. Yes, we can't go back and change the past, but that money's going to help, because you know what? All that money started all these companies that continue to be passed down from generations to generations. So the money is going to be the compensation, and that's going to give us a leg up to do the things that we need to do. So it needs to be money. We don't need schools. We don't need none of that. We can fund our own schools, our own hospitals, and do our own thing with our own money, but it needs to be direct cash payments.
Well, we really need what they know what they would have to give us is land. So when I'm saying, yes, they would have to give us land. And the amount of land and the amount of, because this money is about to be no good. I mean, the money's already no good. They already call it fiat money, which means it's not even real. You know, it's all.
Okay,
no rabbit hole. Sorry.
What you talking about? What is you talking about? What you talking about? Give us that fiat money you speak of. That's what we do with it.
I'm just saying. I'm just making the point that they would have to give us land and the kind of money. I'm not saying that we should not get reparations because they can't do it. What I'm saying is they know the brutality levels that we don't even know. They know the horror levels that we don't know. So they're on the factual end calculating what they owe, and they're saying to themselves they will have to leave. And just be like, okay, y'all got it. What we did to you all, just here, just if we gonna really do and try to make this right on some level, here the land, here.
Well, listen, making it right. We talked about it earlier in the show. It will be a transfer of power back into the hands of the righteous people. It's our land, so. You just gonna transfer the power back. It's unfortunate. All right. They don't want to do it without bloodshed and all of that, but it must be done. That's all.
How you gonna feed yourself if you don't have no land? Come on now.
You can buy the land with the money. We're gonna get the land. We're gonna get the land. We're gonna get, don't worry. It's gonna be all right.
Don't be walking away from me, Brother Richard.
Well, Sister Naive, you can ask for your payments in land, and then you can do all that, and then others that want the cash.
Ma'am. Oh, yes,
yeah, we'll ask for the cash. We'll have a landline and a cash line. Yeah,
you got everything already.
Yes. Oh, yes, ma'am. I will.
You got everything.
And guess what
they're gonna do with that land? They're gonna tax it, and they're gonna put regulations on it. You can't build it, and they're gonna have every kind of conservation.
Well, they're already doing that.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So what's the use of getting?
Talking about?
So what's the use of getting land? What's the use of it?
Look, we're not getting anything now. So what are you talking about? That's why it's a fight. That's why we're having this whole conversation, because it's a trick bag. That's why we're having the whole conversation about the trick bag.
They did not have the regulations.
Brother, I believe it is going to happen. We are because Brother Mr. Walker said it earlier. I believe God is not playing with his people. Yeah. Now it may be, because, and the way that you know that is because, with the exception of the prison system, right? Because that's real. And hell, every day we don't even know when they finna just be everybody back or whatever. We don't know, because this thing is going so fast. But what Mr. Walker said earlier, God is real. And you cannot get away forever. And Thomas Jefferson was the one who I can't find the quote that fast. But he said, I've something for my people for what we did. No. Thomas Jefferson quote. He said it, Brother Evie Ray.
I don't know what he said.
So I believe we will get the healing. What did he
Thomas
say?
Jefferson said that?
Yeah, for my I something.
Jefferson said a government big enough to give you everything you want is big enough to take everything you have. So that's what Jefferson. Now that's a direct Jefferson quote.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that quote.
But my point, but my point is if they give you the land, there's restrictions that weren't there years ago. So now you have these conservationist nuts that want to make sure that you can't knock down trees. It's so much red tape that land makes no sense. I'm like Ebony Dean, cut the check. That's it. You can get whatever you want to get from that. You can buy whatever land. That's it.
There you go.
Point blank period.
Okay, I found it.
Right quick. To piggyback off of that with the land, I agree with purchasing the land instead of someone giving it to you, because we are looking to buy land ourselves and we're learning about land to buy, whether what it was used for, what you can build on it, whether you can run utilities to it, whether the soil septic, where all these things. So they can sit here and give you 400 acres. You're like, I'm good. But meanwhile, you can't do nothing here. But you got no rights to the minerals. It is better to get the funds and acquire the land ourselves and know what we're getting than folks to give us a lump of land, especially knowing how the United States care to treat us. They're not about to give us prime real estate. They're going to give us swamp land. They're going to give us Baltic Avenue off of Monopoly. Baltic and Mediterranean Avenue. That's what they're going to give us.
Alligator Alcatraz.
Okay,
Yeah, you got to pay the taxes on it as well. So you can
read the Thomas Jefferson quote?
Yeah, Thomas Jefferson. Go ahead.
He said, no, this goes to Brother Evie Ray. I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever. So he was right now with regard to the cruelty and all. He was acknowledging that his people, these people will not get away forever.
He was the said people. He was a slave owner.
I said his people. I said,
and that's why he was afraid.
Yeah,
he said he was afraid.
Yeah.
Okay, Nisi. All right, Nisi. Hey, thank you.
I hear you, nice. I heard you, sister.
Wait, Brother Rachai, was that you? All right.
Yeah.
Was that you? You said that, Brother Rachai?
Yeah.
Oh God, I'm so honored. Oh my God. You might make me be quiet the rest of the night.
Okay, I'm not following the quotes. Are we bigging up Thomas Jefferson?
Hell no, Gavin X. No.
Thomas Jefferson. Kick that ninja.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold them.
No, he was sound like Thomas Jefferson was having a human moment. He said, God is just. And he is in fear that someday God's justice is going to rain down on him. Yeah, so that ain't big up in him. Sound like he just had a moment of clarity. Yeah,
right, and he talking to his people. Come on, y'all, quit playing.
Oh, who said that?
Rachai.
He's talking to his people. Oh my God. Yes.
Yeah, he ain't talking
about.
Okay, I'm gonna calm down. I'll say this.
Oh no, don't calm down. I love it.
Evie, I got your email, Evie. I got it.
Yeah, nice. Thomas Jefferson did some atrocious things, especially with the women on his plantation. He had kids with slaves that he didn't even claim. And didn't he knock out the slaves' teeth and put them in his mouth to make dentures? There was a lot of janky stuff. One of them presidents didn't. I think it's Thomas Jefferson.
Washington.
That was George Washington.
Okay, George Washington. Okay, my bad. But the whole thing is that is a lot of the suspected white supremacists' big thing is that they are afraid that they're going to get vengeance, and that's the big thing. They're still waiting for all that to come. So if he did say that quote, it's because he felt guilty, but a lot of them do. And that's why they don't even want to acknowledge some of the things that happen, because they know that the atonement is going to have to come at some point.
Yes. So yeah, Thomas Jefferson. I mean, a lot of them guys, wasn't he like married to a 13-year-old black chick? He was dating her mom and married to the daughter, all kind of wild stuff. So yeah.
Yeah.
X-Files, hell.
Yeah.
The
Atrocities.
the original. Like
Pure atrocities. Yeah, but we definitely ain't bigging him up. Just sound like he had a God moment that he realized that it was all gonna come coming falling down at some point. And is this not the time? I believe this is the time. God is just, and it ain't just us fighting, the witch that is America. Now it's a lot of folks. This is our land. We have to love our land, but we as melanated folks, FBA, Black, whatever the hell you want to call us, it's a love-hate relationship with this land because we love it, but it hates us.
So there you go. So what you got, No Contendo? What's your final thoughts here, brother?
Me just unmute. Thank you guys very much for having me. Just to reply to your last comment, America hates all of us, right? So they don't, like I said in the comments earlier today, in a different thread, we don't wear a Star of David, so they're able to say, okay, this guy is FBA, this guy is from St. Lucia. They see the color of our skin, they fear us, and or they hate us. So I want to say that. In regards to a movie that I saw a couple of years ago, The Book of Clarence, I thought that was a very, very interesting movie. Within that movie, you'll hear African accents, you'll hear Caribbean accents. These are Black people all within the same region. So when I mentioned the other day the 12 tribes of Judah, and if you guys can do your research on your own time, that's where we all came from. And funny enough, it's in the Bible, it comes from the Bible, and that's when God speaks of his people. Now, I understand this is your channel, so I can't say, I'll say the people with the funny hats. They call themselves God's people. But if you talk to the what do they call it? I'm lost for words now. The Hebrew Israelites, they'll tell you who are the real God's people. I made a quick notes when Nisi was talking about taking the land over the cash. Originally, we were offered 40 acres and a mule. Louis Farrakhan has also said, he who owns the land owns the wealth. Because underneath said land, you could have gold, you could have silver, you could have oil, you could have uranium, you could have all types of shit, right? More so with the cost of living and inflation. Let's say you guys were to get reparations. Let's say you guys get 800,000 each. Let's say you get 2 million each. But look at you just had the interest rate just bump up from 5.5 to what 6.25 within a matter of days. So what is that 2 million when the price of cost of living and the price of fuel and everything keep going up? So with that said, I also want to hit on Dr. Eric Foner. That's Dr. Eric Foner.
Real quick before you go to him.
Yes, sir.
What was your point with that? Are you saying that we don't need any money because ain't nothing enough?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the land holds more value to it. For me, I'd rather have the land. You can farm it. You can have livestock. You can I see Evie Ray. Go ahead, sir.
Wait, then you rather have land than the money?
And that's the thing you thinking about maybe in Jamaica where y'all could do what y'all want.
Oh my God.
There's gonna be all kinds of regulations on what you can do on said land. And what kind of money do you have before they give you the land? You can't be on EBT and receive land.
Well, yes, that makes sense. Someone who's damn near destitute, you can't do much with 50 acres. Yes, the property tax and what have you won't kill you. But assuming that someone is mid-tier, you would hope. And hey, let's say they give you 40 acres.
Say rich. Now, unless you are rich, you ain't gonna be able to do much with the land.
Yeah, there you go, rich.
I see your argument, but let's say let me cook for a minute. Let's say that the government says to each and everybody, here's 50 acres. Okay, I don't have the finances to maintain this land. If you were to then sell it and then let you keep 2 acres, you're still up. Now you got cash and land.
Why not? Why bypass the selling part and just take the cash? and then buy your 3 acres. Because here's the thing.
I'd rather have the land.
Okay, here's the thing. You're gonna get the land, and you said 40, 50 acres ain't enough. You don't need that many acres. At some point, it becomes a burden if you don't have a lot of resources.
That was a hypothetical. That was a hypothetical.
Okay, understood. But again, you saying get the land. All right, it's too much. Now I'm gonna put up for sale. And this is that disconnection from our melanated folks that came over at FBA experience.
Jesus Christ, come on, man.
Me, Ebony, we can see the holes in that plan. Here you go. White man give you let's say 400 acres, and you're like, I don't need all this. I can make a lot of money, selling this. There's so many systems put in place. They're gonna make sure you get bottom dollar for those acres. Absolute bottom dollar. You ain't gonna bid it. You ain't about to sell it for no premium. And it's we can't explain it, but it's just how it is. And you make it more trouble. Got to get the bread. Got to get the bread, brother.
Mr. Walker, this land, I'll let you go, Ebony, get nice. The land that they gonna sell you, we ain't talking prime real estate. You are not about to get Times Square. You ain't about to get the Vegas Strip. You getting swampland and the Geechee land. You getting desert land in California somewhere. All right, get this understood. So go ahead, Ebony.
Yeah, and I was just going to say the reason why the land doesn't work because they already promised the lands and they reneged on it. We're not playing no more games with these people. We want cash in our hands. We can do what we want to do with our money. The difference between us and maybe Jamaica or other countries from the diaspora is we know the games that these people play. We want cash only. We're not taking nothing else besides cash. And like Mr. Walker said and everybody said about the land and all that, even with the land, they can come and destroy that like they did in Oklahoma and all the other towns and everything. We know these people like better than we know ourselves. So we know how we need to deal with them. It needs to be cash only, and we're not taking anything other than that.
Can I just finish up my last thing here, please?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. I was gonna suggest the book, The Reconstruction Era by Dr. Eric Foner. I will also say this, although it may not be exclusively relevant, you guys were talking about people that were brought over. England had gone to India, and they had India and Pakistan. They split them up, had them people at war for the longest time. Some Indians actually came over to the Caribbeans, and that's what and I'm not going to speak in absolutes like I know everything like dead on, but you did have Indians that came over from India to the Caribbean because they wanted to be laborers. Right, so certain parts of Trinidad, Guyana, they'll have Indians there. They have the same religion like back home or similar, right? But they have their cultural conflict as well. So you can have someone from Guyana and India in the same land, and they're gonna have conflict. I was also put up this note here about Strom Thurmond because Strom Thurmond he messed up a lot of people's gene pools. Because I think Evie Ray said something about you got to be pure FBA in order to get your reparations. That dude and several other dudes done impregnate a whole bunch of Negro slaves. So whose blood is really pure at that point? And I was just gonna wrap up final thing.
It ain't about pure. A slave is a slave. It don't matter. Ain't pure. It ain't about being pure. It's just tracing the lineage.
Okay, well, the Strom Thurmond up in there.
Pure.
All right, what you got? All right, before you go on, I don't know if Evie and Nice want to get in real quick. Go ahead, Evie.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I kind of misspoke with the purity, but there's a term that we did not bring up tonight, and I think this will clear up a lot because everybody can say they're FBA, but it's ADOS, which is African Descendants of Slaves. The ADOS, that's it right there. So, anyone can kind of claim they're foundational Black American. Well, a slave master slept with great-great-grandma, so, she should be considered that. But were they a slave? Where they came in from another country, this person here did this, and, it's all kinds of ways you can kind of spin it and manipulate it. But the real benchmark is ADOS. And that's African Descendants of Slaves. So I kind of want to just kind of put that there to kind of put that pin there to kind of give it some definition. Back to what Nai said is as far as Well, ADOS is an organization group. Yeah, it's still the concept of it is I'm talking about the concept, not the organization, but the concept. As far as the land is concerned, yeah, working with city government, they have all kinds of laws, and they have all kinds of things. We talked about that, but the federal government has the monopoly on every good piece of land because a friend of mine, their money came from landmines that they rent to the federal government. So they have these, so those said land that you're talking about, like say out in Roswell, what's that, New Mexico, they have things, they own that land, but they lease it to the federal government, and they use that for landmines. And so the prime real estate is already accounted for. So, when you're talking about getting land, you're not going to get any land that you can develop anything on, because as stated earlier, you've got environmental things. And two, on top of that, if a bank knows that you got money, you got a land, who's going to lend to you? Bank's not going to lend to you because they already know you got this land here. So pretty much the money is, and the finances, I don't see the finances as impossible, because every other ethnic group is getting theirs. They don't have a study. There's no congressional hearings. There is no petitions. They're just getting them. Now, the problem is that the politicians are getting money too off of them. But some of our reparations, I think a lot of it is tied up into theirs, and everybody's getting paid off of our back. And at the end of the day, I don't think it's right. It's not fair to people whose ancestors had really no say in just being mistreated and brutalized here. And so, with that being said, if you can't trace brutality to your lineage, then you really can't. Then you really can't come in on this. And I'm gonna say one thing: Somalis have told this lie that they built Minneapolis. I wish somebody would figure that out in the history book. I wish somebody could show me that in the history book. That's how easy it is for people to say that they need reparations. These people said that they built Minneapolis. How do you get? Where's the direct link from Somali, that part of Africa into Minnesota? Where is that? Can anybody show a direct link? Like where the Portuguese, when they came into Rhode Island, it's a straight shot from Portugal straight to Rhode Island. So that makes sense. Please, somebody tell me how you get from that part of Africa into Minneapolis. So
a voucher sent them there. It was a voucher, and they couldn't even fix Mogadishu, let alone Minnesota. So I'm with you on that.
So why are they getting the money that should be given to FBA ADOS people?
I just want to look something up, because this whole thing about the land or the money, like we said, but folks are saying, "Oh, the money fake. We know the land real." we're speaking in a world where the money can still be used to buy land. Y'all keep moving the goalposts like mad people. But in South Carolina, I'm looking, it's active. I'm looking on Zillow. You can purchase 15.4 acres. Premium land, no restrictions. You can do whatever you want. $170,000. So $250,000. Folks saying they won't get you nothing. This is prime. This is premium. You ain't too far off the beaten path. Utilities is available. There you go. 15 acres. And here's the thing: at some point it could be a burden. Like you said, our folks are uneducated. You give folks 15 acres of land, they got taxes, they got to tend to the land. Don't let it get overgrown. They got to make something of it. It's best to give folks the financial resources so they can bite off enough that they can handle. Everybody can't do 15 acres. Maybe you only need 3. To really have a self-sustaining, self-efficient little homestead, you only need about 3 acres. Yeah, that's a lot of land. That's it.
And I would say people having a hard enough time hanging on to Big Mama house after she passed away.
Come on,
let alone 15 acres. So,
come on.
But what you got, Nais, if I pass the mic? What you got?
Okay.
First of all, is it Nais or Nisi? Correct us here.
Whichever one is fine.
Okay.
I answer to
Nice. I'll be calling you Nice. Is that right?
It gets very what's that called? Creative. So I know when people are it all sounds good to me.
Well, what do your parents call you? What does your family call you?
We a family.
Yeah, we're family.
Niecy.
Niecy.
So you been let me call you that time.
But I like the variations. I like the variations. That's why I don't fight it.
I'm calling you Niecy for that.
I like, and you know where I get the variations the most? From when people speak different languages. Yeah, and then it gets really creative. And I always liked it because I'm just like I know who you're talking to, and some of it be so pretty. I'll be like, "Ooh, I like that." So
you gotta be the first woman I ever met that will take different variations of her name. Most sisters be like, "Nice." You better not get it right. Like you're the only woman I've met, so that says a lot. That's mighty big of you. Most sisters gonna correct you.
No, I like language. I like language.
Leon King said, "Do you answer the baby?"
What?
Leon King said, "Do you answer the baby?"
Y'all wildin'.
Leon King need a belt.
Yeah.
She said only from retired media.
Yeah, Money, that's a good time. That's
right. No rabbit holes. I don't know.
Exactly.
Money is relative. Okay, this is from my notes, just so I stay on no rabbit hole. Money is relative. Okay. And historically, if you look at our people, when we were first allowed to leave the plantations, what were we given? We were given land, and the worst of it, the swamp. We built that up so well. We thrived. What did they do? They came, snatched us, killed us, burned us. But they didn't give us money. They gave us the worst land. And someone earlier said something about swamp because they didn't know what to do with it. But because we are a world people, we knew what to do with it. And we thrived off of land with no monies. And when I say money is relative, you got to look over time. Right. So money in, the 1800s, the 1500s, the 400s, centuries, money has been all kind of different things. Even the money, we didn't have this money all at, what I'm saying? Money was coins and gold and pieces. That was money. So so you got to look at the history of even when we say money. Because right now, with what is going on in this world, money is changing right before our eyes. Okay. I mean, in terms of the value of it, the exchange of it, what country. So money is relative. Then, okay. What did the conqueror come and do when they conquered us? They stole the what? The land. They put us off of what? The land. So if you want to look at just historically and life and living, what do? We come from the land. This body, this hair, this skin, all of this is from what? It's from the earth, from the land. So what I'm saying is, I'm not in a bubble that we don't need finance. Now I think changing the language to financing. Okay, so maybe when we say cash, that's where I'm like, well, that's one thing. But yes, we need financing, but it will be relative to where we're at, who we're dealing with. What if at a certain point that we're not even dealing with the American dollar anymore? So now money becomes a whole nother conversation of what languages do we speak? So it's a global perspective and conversation that I'm looking at in terms of the reality of what we are really coming to, right?
Let me ask you this. Do you want the land to live on?
Live on, you said?
Yeah, to live on the land.
The land is to do all things, to live on, to eat off of, to build on, to life. Land.
So you want to build a house. So you want to build a house on this land.
All things, food, housing.
So what is that going to take?
What did I just said?
What is that going to take?
No, listen, I'm going to say it. Listen to the wording. Financing resources. Okay, because look at when in our enslavement, brother, we left plantations. I can't read your sign. You got to put it in the middle.
What y'all read that
Bricks is not.
Don't worry about him. Don't worry about him. Get your
he's the rabbit hole. Stop taking me down the rabbit hole. Look, just think of it. When we came off of those plantations running, okay, we didn't have no money. They used money. They used resources. When we came off those plantations, we didn't have money.
We're a long way removed from the plantation.
No, I'm saying.
Listen.
I'm just getting a little passionate.
We were resourceful, Nais. We knew how to build.
Brother, that's the word I just used.
Well, we can't. You can't just do that.
Resourceful.
Them days is gone.
I'm just saying we cannot rely.
Nice. Hold on. Let me ask you this: do you got a washing machine in your house? Do you got a washer and dryer?
Yes.
Exactly. The days is done, sister. You ain't out there no washing.
You ain't about to be out by the creek with no scrubbing board.
No. We're not doing that. Now you're flushing the point. And you know you're flushing the point because you're more intelligent than that.
No.
Don't even try that.
Here we go.
Because guess what? 3 months ago, whatever it was, we had all these oil tankers and ships and everything was a daily, for the whole world. That's been cut off.
I got the remedy.
So now people have, what'd you say? So people, I don't want to be talking over you. I'm sorry.
I got the remedy. Here we go. So right now we're saying, and I made this point early. Y'all don't listen. I said, I was the first one to say it. I said, they're liable to give us the money, and the money's liable to have no value because we are changing currencies. I already said this whole thing. I already gave this whole scenario. But here's the situation. Here's the fix.
Well, it's always gonna have value, though. You'll just
exactly.
You have to trade it in for whatever the other exchange. Your money ain't just gonna disappear. It's like they doing the pennies right now. Turn it in, and we're gonna exchange it for whatever the new. But the money is always gonna be good.
So here's the solution. So in this world where the American dollar ain't worth a wood and nickel, for all of us getting reparations, go and make sure they give us a special currency. It'd be the ninja dollar, and it can be spent anywhere for anything because it's reparations. There's the fix. Says now money is useless, and you want to give folks from the projects 40 acres and have them deal with that land. That's what I'm seeing. Yes, land first. Yes, we got to get the land. That is the ultimate goal. But we can't give an abundance of land to folks that are not resourceful. They can't build. They don't know how to till to the land. It's just going to be lost. It'll be taken back via taxes.
Hey, Ebony, what is the number of people that I think that you know of that will qualify for reparations? What's that number again?
I believe the number is between 46 to, and I think now it's been bumped up to 50, between 46 and 50 million foundational Black Americans. That does not include people from the diaspora or anywhere else. It's foundational.
So answer this question. How can you get that many people 40 acres of land? Where do they make that land at? I mean, I'm talking about in America. How can you give that many people 40 acres?
That'd be 2 billion acres.
So how many? So do we have 2 billion acres to give to 50 million people?
Well, probably you do know that everybody pretty much lives like around the surrounding coast. So like around the West Coast and around the Gulf Coast and around the East Coast and all that. There's a lot of land. I'm not saying I'm trying to live in the Midwest and all that, but there's a lot of land out there that's not even being used.
Here we go. So wait a minute. So wait, let's do some simple math. Shout out to Mr. X. So 50 million people getting reparations, 40 acres, that's 2 billion acres. The total land area in the United States is approximately 2.26 billion acres. So
at this point, I say it got less to do with the land. Give some folks just a house. Little thing, you get a house, you don't pay taxes on. Everybody ain't getting land. Like, especially if you don't know what to do with it. Somebody like me and Mr. Walker, granted, we will know what to do with some acres of land. But the average person, absolutely not. Especially if you broke. I don't know the last time y'all been to Home Depot. That's why I asked you, Nice, about you trying to build a house from scratch. When last time you been to Home Depot and seen the price of lumber and some of the materials you're going to need to build a house and all this other stuff y'all talk about building with no money? Like, no, some folks just give them a house with no taxes and that's that. But the whole land thing, absolutely not. It's not for the majority of folks.
Back around Cooties 19, was that whatever that year was? My wife and I were looking at the barn dominiums. That was one of the cheapest structures you could put up on land back then. Like you could have a nice fitted out 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom, whatever, big old oversized garage, the whole shebang for about $175,000. That's from the ground up. That's everything. Today, that number is around $375,000. So and then we talking about simple structures. They ain't the best insulated, all that. And I'm like, the point is, you can get the land, but we said, well, you want to live on it? Yes, okay. Where are you going to get the money or resources to go ahead and get all of this money onto this land? Better just take the bread and do what you can with it, make the most sense. Yes, the ultimate goal is to get the land, but we got to do it smart.
It's per person too, as far as the payments go. So a lot of people say, what you gonna do with $250K? What I'm gonna do, plus my wife, plus my kids, we got $1 million. So build a family. That's when that becomes important as well.
Daggone right. I've been talking to my son. This is time to practice group economics. I done talked to my oldest son. I say, don't know how the future gonna play out, but if you find yourself getting a job like I did, that money stays at home. We are going to start walking it how we talking it, not using our kids to pay our bills, but we are going to use those resources to build, to elevate ourselves. You will help buy some of this land, not help pay bills. No, you're going to help acquire assets. There we go. But yeah, we got to start practicing group economics. We got to stop every man for himself thing. There you go.
Just to quickly jump in here, you say group economics, but that's what I was saying the other day, though. You know what I'm saying? Or are we going to use a Star of David and say, okay, this dude is from St. Lucia, what have you? We can't do group economics. I'm not saying as an insult. I'm just saying, you just said group economics.
When did you say that? When did you say it?
When did I say it?
Was this before or after you said all that nonsense? Because we might have stopped listening to you after a while.
Nah, dog. That's when I first came in. I talked to you and I said that we need to stand together, right?
Yeah.
As far as the start,
I mean, like the the FBA folks.
The FBA folks.
If you said it, we didn't hear you, but we definitely talk about group economics. It's a thing.
Yeah. Group A. It's working together. Yes, everybody on the same accord.
Okay, as long as we're not saying we gonna redline someone because they got a different lineage or what have you, because that's just crazy.
Well, not redline. These terms, redline, ain't they got to do with the white government stopping black folks from buying homes? We're saying
what we ain't gonna let you do is move into our community and open up a store. You can come and shop with us.
I don't have no convenience store, man. Come on, dog. I ain't got no turban on, dog. Come on.
I'm just saying, if you ain't with the lineage, you can't come in and set up shop, but you can come and purchase.
I ain't got no turban, dog. I ain't a poo. What you talking about? I was going to hit on something. Damn, it escaped me. I'll come back with it, man.
Yeah,
Appreciate
and
no contendo.
Yeah, no contendo. If you want to bring us some jerk sauce and then we can bring you some greens, we can barter good for good. You bring us some bambi bread and some ackee and saltfish, and then we can make you some ribs and fry you some chicken. We can do it like that. That will work.
I suggest next time you go down there, please come off the resort. It is beautiful once you come off the resort.
In Jamaica?
That's what
I was heard don't come off the resort unless you know somebody.
No, it is. Jamaica's a beautiful place. It ain't a bad. Listen, we don't have to smoke with people like. It's just we ain't tolerating no disrespect. That's all. But we don't have a problem with black folks of in the diaspora, if you will. It's just we ain't doing the disrespect anymore. And it's going to be reciprocity in the room at all times.
Well, with that said, I mean, because Evie was talking about the Somalians versus, let's say, people from Botswana, they're not going to be the same people. People from Sudan are not going to be the same people as someone from Liberia, right? The diaspora is huge, right? So we can't say everybody who's from from foreign is going to be disrespectful. We're all different people. We all have different cultures. We come from from Africa, if you will. But go ahead. I see Evie Ray talking. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I didn't say anything, but I do. I have one question though. How many people outside of the Caribbean have ever partnered with Black people with FBA? Who've come from other countries? How many have, other than the Caribbeans, how many have stood with Black people and Black people's issue?
Stood with Black people? You talking economically?
Yes.
You talking
economically, politically, all of it?
For me to answer that, I don't have that information, and I don't want to speak out of turn. I want to say it happens, but I can't speak definitively. That'd be reckless for me to say it does happen.
Well, you can say zero, and if you said zero, you'd be very accurate. And that's what Walker means. And that's why Walker means we're not tolerating disrespect anymore, because people come in and they take, and they think they're above us, and we're products of our environment. So how else are we supposed to feel when it always happens?
Well, that might be your experience, sir, but I can't speak for all, nor can I control the actions of others. I can only govern myself and try to be respectful and show myself in top flight at all times. What a Somalian may do to you, sir, should not be a reflection of me.
Well, it's not what they did to me, it's what they've done to the community and what the government has allowed them to do. And the government has not paid their debt to slave and the descendants of slaves. That's what I'm saying. And that's where the disconnect comes in. And see, that's where when we talk about FBAs and people and where the term tether comes from, that because people will never understand. They'll never understand the differences between. And I know what you're saying, and you're 100% correct. I totally agree with you. You do it pretty much on the, you base it on the merit system. But at the end of the day, there have been some wrongs. This nation has a birth defect that they have not yet fixed. And other communities come in and they benefit off of that. And they never stand with us. Other than the Caribbeans have, but no one else has. So it's not it's not what they've done to me personally, or they've done to someone on this panel personally. It's what that's done to the entire Black community.
And again, sir, I can only try to represent myself and try to be as respectful as possible. What people from Sudan, Botswana, people from RSA, Congo, Zaire, what they may do, sir, I cannot control that.
No, and I get you. I got you. Yeah, I got you. But that's where the disconnect comes in. That's why those don't deserve reparations, because you don't get that part.
Yeah, and I agree with you. They're not FBA. They're not born in America. You know what I'm saying? If they're naturalized citizen, then they don't qualify. But again, I apologize that they may have given you a bad taste in your mouth or slighted you. Right? Again, that's their culture. That's their individual upbringing. We all have the right to free will. Right? So what they do, and go ahead.
No, there's nothing that someone did to me. Is that they're getting benefits that Blacks should be getting, and there's the disconnect. No one the disrespect comes from the federal government, the same people that we're telling us to give these reparations. We've been here 4 hours and 37 minutes and 41 seconds. We've been talking about getting those funds from the government, and these people who are not FBA, who don't even want to be a part of FBA, they get billions of dollars without a study, without anything. So that's hurting the entire community. That's not hurting me, but yeah, I guess it is hurting me because it's hurting our community. And that's why when you hear people saying, "Oh well, someone has something, and so I can be considered FBA too." Absolutely not. Because if you cannot see the disrespect that's happening to our community from our government, then yeah, I understand you don't get it. And it doesn't make you bad or make you evil. I don't have any hatred for you. I'm just saying you just don't get it. And I understand that.
And I would say
I see your point, sir, and I agree with what you guys.
Let me get real quick. I would say they are doing it intentionally too. That's something people must understand from outside. The government will intentionally bump y'all up to the front of the line, knowing how it's going to make Black people feel in this country. And then, other folks, immigrants will come in and then look and say, well, the resources are here. I think y'all just lazy. And it's a whole psyop. The government is doing this whole spin where they are intentionally giving y'all these resources before us.
and rejecting us every step of the way. Granted,
Ain't no y'all.
There's
I
real
see
data.
Indians and Arabs in the convenience stores, dog. I ain't seen a black-owned car dealership or nothing, but none of that. It's usually Arab, Indians, or the people with the tiny hats.
Yes,
Right.
because
So,
we don't get the same resources they get.
Well,
we
no,
don't get
this
the same
goes just
incentives.
like you said.
agreed.
Right.
Because of
Hold
this.
on, listen.
Because
Just
of
like
this.
you
Go ahead.
said to TB just now, we are not talking to you personally. You keep personalizing everything to you and Jamaicans. We are just saying immigrants in general.
Okay, in general. Okay, in general. Yes, that's correct. I'll agree with you there, sir.
I'm
Because the
go.
Arabs get it. They get a whole bunch of help.
Oh,
Yeah,
and,
good
and,
night.
and, and you're right. Bye, Niecy.
All
Take
right,
care.
good night. Good
Thank you
night.
so much. I
Have a good
enjoyed
night,
y'all
madam. Have a
night.
good
so
night.
much. Thank you.
Have a good night.
And no contender, let me tell you something. That burns me up too. Because where do they put their stores? They put it in black neighborhoods. And then
And
and they're putting
overcharge and disrespect
it
you. Because they
overcharge you
rude as shit.
and follow you in their store and call the police if you look suspicious.
Hurry up and
But
buy.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So no, it's not a heartburn with non-FBAs. I mean, it's stopping with this. It's opened people's eyes with the Somalis, but for the most part, that's been going on for years. And I mean, you go to any black neighborhood. I mean, you go to the country and you see, ting tang ting tang. How do you put a store in the country? But they do it, and they get federal dollars to do all of that, and they make us the consumer because they know one, we don't ask questions, and then two, we're gonna buy
I gotta
because
push back. You said
like
make.
the girl said,
It's a choice.
huh?
You said make. It's a choice. You can boycott and starve them out. Ain't nobody can force me to buy cocaine or
All right,
guns or
let's talk about
overpriced
it.
liquor.
I like
Go
that.
ahead.
I like that, brother. You said can't nobody force you to go and patronize these convenience stores.
Absolutely.
Absolutely not. Absolutely. Back to the disconnect and the systemic things put in place.
Go ahead.
Listen,
I'm listening.
I grew up in it. I grew up in it, brother. We don't make excuses over here. You live up in the projects. Nobody has a car. You got very little funds. The closest food desert is the store down the street. You have no choice. It's systematic. It's put in place. It is a flawless evil system.
As a kid, so now that's the kid and growing up. Us as grown ass men, I got a choice. My kids gonna have a choice because we are breaking these cycles. But you must understand the whole history of it all. There weren't many, and there still ain't for a lot of people choices. But you are seeing more people in the country have more opportunities and have more choices. But it's still a thing, brother.
And get those choices coming from where individuals, Gavin X, we ain't one-offs. It takes a lot. We can't stress to you enough just God's tender mercy and grace that we are here today, especially talking to y'all. Gavin X and Mr. Walker ain't supposed to be here talking to y'all. Not by the world standard, I promise you. There's a lot of systemic things that are put in place, brother, and respect to you for asking the questions and just learning, but it's not what it appears. That's the toughest thing from folks on the outside looking in. It's so hard for them to understand things are not what they appear. They are not. It is not just, we talk about Nug Nigga Bone Quisha, but if you really pay attention, we acknowledge how they got there. We just don't accept the buffoonery, but there's a reason why they're there.
And then you got Boquisha making videos. We need our weave. I don't wear it, but we need our weave. So if they're saying the word, I need my weave, what do you think is going to happen? She's going to take her last dollar and go down to that store where she don't like them people anyway. They're going to do her nails and they're going to sell her weave because she needs it. So she's going to keep them in business. The point.
So there we go. We still getting final thoughts. What you got, Richai? No Contendo got a sidetracked here. What you got, Richai? Closing out.
Okay. This right here. This right here. So Niecy, she left, and thanks her for the conversation. But it's money. Land. they have this thing here in the United States called the Department of Interior, or the Secretary of Interior, which governs the land. And then there's the Department of Forestry that can lay claim on any part of land. Okay. Now, I said all that to say this. I don't know if you all are familiar with, I don't know if you all are familiar with this town called Allensworth. It was in California. It was discovered in 1908 by this black U.S. Army chaplain from the U.S. Army after the Civil War. Okay, it was an all-black town that was functioning. Okay, and they had a school district, they had businesses, they had farms, and they had a church and a civic organization. But this town was later destroyed. And how this town was destroyed is that the Department of Forestry, or the Secretary of Interior at that time, poisoned the water system. Okay? Poisoned the water system. And then they regulated the land for something else. In other words, they took that land and regulated to something else. Today, there's a small parcel of land that's identified as Allensworth, but it's a national park. Go figure. So for me, there is no, I don't want no damn land. I can buy whatever I want. Just give me the funds. Give me the money. Because the one thing that I think Mr. Walker was alluding to was the fact that, yeah, they can give you the land and they can give you 40 acres and all you got access to is the top of it. What's underneath? What's underneath are the minerals and the resources that are more valuable than what's going to be grown on top. Okay. Then you got to continue to keep investing money just to grow crop on top. I mean, just for instance,
mineral rights are sold separately.
Thank you. Thank you. And the United States government is doing this every day here in America. So, for instance, I got a piece of property in my house. I got a front and backyard, and I'm too damn old to go out there and cut the grass. Plus, my allergies get excited, and I'm knocked out for a whole week. So I had somebody to cut my grass. Right? That's $180 every time they come and cut. They do the bushes and all that stuff, but they're not coming out. They're not coming out every week. No. But anyway, I'm saying all that to say that the land in the United States, and we've seen it. We've seen it all through history that they tell us that they come and get that land. All right. It's the same thing happening with these Indian reservations. The Indians will get an Indian that's on a reservation with a casino will get a stipend. They will get something every month, as long as they don't leave the reservation. They leave the reservation, then they're done. Okay, they get nothing. All right. So that's why those Indians, those $5 Indians, are on those reservations. There are very few dark-skinned people that has access to those stipend funds from those casinos on those reservations. Okay. But the government can come and get that anytime. The American government has never honored a treaty that they made with any of the indigenous people here in this land. They've always backslided for whatever reason, because the Department of Forestry and the Department of Interior, or the Secretary of Interior, can come and get that land for whatever reason. I think Evie Ray said it about how the military—
eminent domain, right? Eminent domain.
Do it all the time. In fact, they just did that to a town, to an area in Baton Rouge, I think a couple of years ago. I think it was Baton Rouge, where they took this land from some property owners to create a golf course. Come on. What we talking about? Huh? So no, it's the money. But anyway, so yeah. Shout out to Leon King. I had to do that. This don't even look real. Okay, anyway. So that's what it is, all right? Because they can give me land and they can take it away, or they can poison it anytime that they want to. They can run me off anytime that they want to. Okay, just like I'm paying mortgage and taxes. You know, shit. The county of Lake County can come in and say, we're gonna redevelop everything, and guess what? Your house is earmarked for an expressway to run right through here. They've done that in Chicago. So, you know, no, give me the money.
OG, that's all those reasons you gave. That's why first get the money, yes, to acquire the land, and then how folks are doing the smart way. Get a group of families, like-minded families, where y'all can go in together. So like you said, the struggle don't end with acquiring the land. As Rashad pointed out, now you got to protect the land. Now you got to make sure you got a fresh spring, you got a pond. You literally have to be law enforcement. You got to make sure don't nobody come in your land or have access to your waterway where they dumping poison. These are real concerns. So again, it's better to get the finances, the funds, and acquire land that's best for you. Because even once you acquire it, the struggle continues. It ain't over.
Right. So EV and No Contendo, I will send you all an invite. I usually do a chat up with Jay Tillman and Man Evolve, and we do it like at 1 o'clock Chicago time. Is that okay for you all?
Yes, sir. Send me an email and give me a time when you want to do that. 1 o'clock.
Yeah, you'll get after this show. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, one thing, No Contendo. So I don't know if you can pick this up from my my mannerism or my behavior. I'm an IT professional, and my wife doesn't. She asks me all the time, how is it that you're an IT professional? You don't have any damn patience. Okay. So that's a hint for you, because I don't tolerate any BS. Okay. I'm gonna give it to you straight. Right. And I'm going to tell you from my experience, right? As an IT professional, I've done a lot of research. I wrote a lot of documentation. But anyway, so, you know, we're not going down any rabbit holes tomorrow. All right. If you got some questions, you'll have them written down and then I'll address them. But we ain't going down the rabbit holes, man. You know, all that stuff about DNA from Africa and all that kind of crap, man. Come on. Forget that. All right. Forget that.
Pangea, one world, one nation.
That's what it was.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay. So there we go. Shout out to Brother Richard. And like you said, I'll get Ebony in. And like y'all been saying, the money is definitely important. They will never, America won't poison the money, at least. Now, what happens with the world and all that, that's a different thing. But they ain't going to poison their own money. So they got too much tied to it, to that dollar bill. It's going to float. What you got, Ebony?
Yeah, there was a lot of talk tonight about our reparations claim, and we're very specific on what we want. And it's great that we have people like No Contendo. You're coming up here and you're learning, and you know, you're asking the questions, which is great. I think what's most important, and something that us as foundational Black Americans, something that we ask for the ones who are our allies that are from the diaspora or from other countries, is just simply asking us, what can we do to help you guys in your fight for reparations? Because this isn't anything, we're not going to be stapling on any other countries to what we're talking about. This is specifically for us. And just having people that are our allies from other countries asking us, what can I do to help? How can we stand with you FBAs? Because we've always stood behind everybody else. That's kind of what we need. We don't need to hear what you think of us or what type of land that you think we should have, because respectfully, if we came to your country, what we would do is we would back you guys in the fight, and we wouldn't tell you what you need or go get your 5 goats and your acres and all that. We would never do that. We would be respectful of the country because we're in another country and we want to be of help. And so that's kind of how we roll. But as far as the whole Ghana situation and them trying to tackle onto our reparations claim, we talked about that a lot. Absolutely not. I'm glad us as a grassroots shut all of that down because it wasn't genuine. It wasn't coming from a good place. And it was all self-gratifying. They were wanting to get their artifacts back and they were wanting to get money after they sold us. Like, all that stuff is janky. So shout out to all the FBAs that called that out and seen the finesse right away. And then another janky thing that Ghana has done, and I don't know if you guys talked about it at all in the show, is they're trying to hijack Juneteenth. So now what they're trying to do is sell packages over in Ghana for you to go celebrate Juneteenth in Ghana. So the packages are starting at 4 bands, and then you get to go to the castles and see, the door of no return and all this stuff. Why do we need to go to Africa or to Ghana or anywhere over there to celebrate our foundational Black American holiday? Juneteenth is for us. When we celebrate Juneteenth over here, we're with our families, we're barbecuing, we're having a good time, we're celebrating our lineage and celebrating freedom. We're not going to Ghana to get meerkat mac and cheese. We're not going to get barbecue bush meat, and we're definitely not over there having Juneteenth jollof rice. That ain't what it is. And we're all on code. We know, we see the finesse. They're trying to extract whatever dollars they can because they tricked all their money off for selling us and doing all the janky things that they've done over there, and let people colonize them and take over their land and their gold and all of their resources. But since we are on code, everybody, we can see all these finesses, and especially with them trying to get money for the immigrants and stuff who were, harmed by ICE, and all the illegal immigrants that they're trying to get reparations for. Absolutely not. There's no way that you guys are getting reparations before us. We are at the start of the line, and we're not letting anybody get in front of us. The fact that you came over here, that was the reparations, because you left. For whatever reason, you left your homeland and you came up to something great. Nobody told y'all to come over here. You could have stayed and build up your own home country. You did not have to come here. And for whatever happened, whether it was illegal or illegal, it was a choice. So as far as that goes, absolutely not. And
listen here, I'll say this: I might go to Ghana if they having some of that lemon pepper leopard.
You beat me to it, Mr. X. I was gonna say, yeah. They say, hey, you Americans like lemon pepper wings? Those are the wings. Check this out. Lemon peppered leopard.
Yeah, lemon pepper leopard legs. We don't want none of that, Ghana. Respectfully, y'all can do your own thing, have your own celebrations, but just don't try to hijack our stuff. It's okay. We know that we are the global face of Black people around the world. We know that, but just be respectful of it. Don't try to hijack, and don't try to take the things that we've created. It's okay to enjoy it. It's okay to even take our fashions and our styles and all that, but just respect us and not try to, kind of undermine some of the things that we have going on here. So anybody from the diaspora, all we're asking is for you, if you're an ally and you want to help, ask what you can do to help us with our reparations, not yours, not anybody else's, because we're laser focused on what we have going on. And the motion that we have is worldwide, and everybody's seeing that we have that motion, and now everybody's trying to tackle on to it. So again, I love you all, and these are some of the my favorite conversations to talk about. And I think that every time we do come with some sort of a resolution, but this is something that's going to be ongoing. But everybody stay on code, family. Be one, and reparations for all FBAs. Cut that check.
Salute to Sister Ebony. Listen here. I was late to the party, Sister Ebony. I thought Ghana doing anything. I thought it was for the betterment, but today, via this conversation, I had no idea. It was just smoke and mirrors. And then you talking about $4,000 Juneteenth package. Sounds like another page out the book of how to sell to the Negro. Right. I'm over it. It sounds wild. And folks gonna buy it. I can see local D boys got something. Yeah, we going to Ghana, got that $4,000 package. You fools. You absolute fools.
Right.
And don't forget, they took Essence Music Festival too.
Yeah.
They took that.
Yeah, they did. And then they turned it in. It's so janky. People don't even want to go to it no more. Why? Because that Majora spirit that we've had with Essence and with Ebony and all these festivals is gone. You can never duplicate it. We are the secret sauce. And until you guys realize that, the things that you try to hijack from us is never going to be successful.
Amen.
Yes. Even look at them pop the balloon, mother suckers. All right. Quit trying to bite our stuff. Nah. Only Americans can do it good. Shout out to the American pop the balloons.
Tell you what, Sister Michelle.
She's married to an African. Arlette.
Yep.
Trader.
So doesn't that make it no good then?
Yeah.
So the original's no good. She's married to an African dude.
She up under his instruction. He ain't up under her instruction.
So if she's under his instruction, then the African guy owns it.
You got to watch the St. Louis and the other ones, to get the real spirit of it, the lived experience.
There we go. We don't need them producing our shows.
Right.
It's not me. The dude is African. But by that logic, then it's not even no good because it's African dude.
No, that's your people.
But here's the thing, no contendo, regardless of where he's from, he knows that he needs to target a foundational Black American audience in order for him to make the money and to do the show. So we are the secret sauce. Without us, there is no pop the balloon. And
I want to retort that. I'm gonna hit you back on that. Or is he coming back because he knows you guys might be an easy mark or the largest market?
Well, that's fine. Whatever it is, you need us. You can't go over to pop the balloon over in Jamaica, or maybe you can. I don't know if they have it international or whatever, but we are the secret sauce for it.
They do, and he's making money off you guys. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but maybe you guys are the largest market. Same way Japan wants to sell their cars here. Same way that you have Italian designer clothes. They want to come to the largest market. It's economics.
Possibly.
Well, that's fine, whatever it is. But regardless of the fact, because even the Italian designers, if the Moors didn't come up from Africa and come up and show them how to dress, then they wouldn't even have the Italian style that they have. So we are the secret sauce. And without us, they don't.
But the Moors came from Africa. The Moors came from Africa.
We can stop that. We can stop that.
There we go. There you go, Rashad. Thank you. Say that for tomorrow. All right, I'll get your thoughts out tonight. We appreciate y'all coming up. All right. Yeah, you trying to take us down the rabbit hole, no contendo.
All right, my bad.
No back. You do your thing, no contendo. Here for it.
Listen, we have no problem with Africa. Those are our brothers and sisters. We just don't tolerate disrespect. Don't matter who it's coming from.
That's it. And the disrespect.
If we coming from my mama, I ain't tolerating it.
The disrespect comes from the disconnect. It could be pure ignorance, but nevertheless, our journey over here as FBA folks is to be respected, and we're gonna make folks.
Can it be fixed?
Get the check.
Can that disconnect be fixed?
Yes, via these conversations, for sure. Right on.
Thank you for hosting them. I've learned a lot.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and after we get our reparations, then we can just start working on some of them coalitions again. But y'all are going to have to initiate that. I think that's what's most important. And also, one thing about it, because you said, I did want to point this out, because you said that when white people look at us, they don't think of, you're Jamaican or we're FBA or whatever. We actually don't care what white people think about us, which is why we've decided to define ourselves. We don't look at things to what white people think about us. We look at your character. We look at the words that come out of your mouth. We look at the things that you say. And that's how we can kind of tell who's from here and who's not, So, keep coming up and watch those documentaries, like I said, and everything. And you're definitely welcome. And, we love having you and stuff up here, no contendo, but we just tell the difference. We just don't really care what white people think about us. We're our own identification, and we're just kind of seeing the thought process in who is thinking like us and choosing to join up with those people.
I respect what you're saying. What I'm talking about is a global image too, because you always want to try to put your best foot forward and give the.
Okay, we got it, man. We got it. We can save it for tomorrow. Thank you.
And there we go. Yeah, because like I told y'all earlier, even when we were the 80, 90% married and had a great image, they were still hanging us from trees, brother. So have that conversation with Richai, and hopefully you can gather some understanding.
Strange fruit.
Nina Simone.
Nonetheless, listen, we appreciate y'all coming up. Awesome show. We appreciate all y'all. EV, we appreciate you, brother. Richai, Sister Ebony, awesome always. No contendo. Listen, we appreciate you, brother.
Good night.
Okay, good night, everyone.
Appreciate y'all. Appreciate you. Ooh, doggy.
Yeah, I was saying, brother, no contendo. Yes, ain't no echo chamber. Your thoughts are welcome. They might not be our thoughts, but they definitely welcome.
Listen here. Shout out to that brother. That may be the first brother or person I've seen come up in this space with a different point of view and a genuine lack of understanding that was asking questions and taking in information. Salute to that brother, man. Salute to him. Y'all was giving him hell in the comments. Salute to No Contendo. Come back, brother. And shout out to Richai dropping those facts. Sister Ebony Dean, brother EV Ray. Oh, these panels. Very spirited. I think we need to have them. We gotta continue to get understanding, but they could be draining. I tell you that.
Man. So this definitely went overtime, 5 hours. We appreciate y'all. We will be back up here. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow I am off.
Yeah.
Thursday. We'll be back up here for SBC. And this was an awesome show, though. I think we got through a lot. FBA versus everybody. Who should really get reparations? Us.
Think we got to understand enough who qualifies and who doesn't. I'm not going to get back into it, but go back and check out the replay. Makes sense. You must be able to trace your lineage back to enduring slavery. That's it. Okay, you got here. You were already here. You was bought here on some love boat, some ship, all that. And I want to say again, honor and respect to one of the greatest sacrifices ever made by humans. That transatlantic slave trade, where we are not, I got to be clear on that. We are not, talking down on that like it wasn't a big deal. No, that's wicked work. It's so heinous. Some of us don't believe a lot of us could even made the voyage. We acknowledge that we are the strongest. That's why, all that good stuff. Shout out to Sister Nice or Nisi. But yeah, it's hard to know what to do.
It's white man's bull job. That's all. Yeah, don't believe a lot of the stuff, a lot of that, it's gibberish. We finding out too much data of the contrary about everything they were saying about that point in time in history. Most of the stuff that they tell us is lies.
And how can we start to believe folks that start everything off a lie? This land, that's why I say love this land, but we got to acknowledge the evil that resides here, man. It's a hell of a love-hate relationship, and now with this war going on, and it's just a lot. It's a lot. Ultimately, I believe that these conversations need to be had, but us folks, we don't need to have too much anxiety, and I'm definitely speaking to myself. I believe all these wrongs that are going on, that have went on, all these injustices throughout history are going to be made right. We are just part of this microwave society where we want it yesterday. Fret not. It's coming. It's coming.
That's all. So shout out to all y'all coming through tonight. Wild show. Where we at here? Shout out to all the sponsors tonight. Brother Ryan, he came through early with the membership sponsoring. Hustlers Philosopher, we mad you couldn't come up, brother. Shout out to No Contendo, Sister Nisi, Petty Sama, Rachel. Yeah! Boom, Brother Sean Miller, Who else we got here? Richard Media, Project Leroy. Yeah! Mr. Clay, Uncle Caesar, Sister Rachel, the whole Truth Over Lies family.
Appreciate y'all coming through like y'all do, supporting y'all channel, supporting the conversation, supporting your interests, supporting beautiful Black media. Make sure y'all are here on Thursday for Single by Choice Madness. Don't know, might do a little pop-up tomorrow on the Patreon. I feel like I'm getting sick. They said Cootie's 19 going back around. I think I'm catching it. Whether or not I do a pop-up, make sure you are subscribed to all 3 channels and make sure you have joined the Patreon. Shout out to all of our winners from the last giveaway. If you want a chance to win some no-cost merch like what Mr. X has on, you got to join the Patreon. There's no other way to get it. Argue with your mammy.
That part. So join the Patreon, subscribe to all the channels, and we'll be back up here Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Until then, I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Wolka.
And we are Carpet for the Horse Productions.
A good evening.
We're trying to get you old now, viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not buried.